Now the first step is that we have to set up our local environment. So let's see how we can set up our local environment so we can run our Laravel application and manage our database. So let's open Google, and in here you have to type Laravel, then select the first link that appears. After that, go to developers and select documentation. Then in the installation section, we have a title with the name of installing PHP and the Laravel installer. Click this. It will take you to this part. Now in here, they said that we have to have PHP and Composer installed in our machine. So let's go back to Google and type XAMPP. XAMPP is a free and open source web server which is used to run our application and manage our database. So let's click XAMPP installer and download. Now click download again and select the latest version of XAMPP. I am going to install version 8.2.12. So let's click download 64-bit. Now let's wait until the download is start. Once the XAMPP has been downloaded, now we have to install it. So let's install the XAMPP in our local machine. Once the installation is finished, now let's run the application and click the start of Apache and MySQL. So they have been started. Now let's minimize them and let's go back. Now let's install the Composer. So let's open the Google again, and in here let's type Composer and select the first link. Let's click the download in here as well and composer setup.exe. Okay, it has been downloaded. Now let's install the Composer as well. Install for all users. Yes. Next. 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 Okay. So we have installed PHP and also we have installed Composer. In here, one more thing we need is to manage our database. For that, I am going to use MySQL Workbench. So let's download that also. MySQL Workbench. Let's download this one as well. Download now. Let's download. Now let's install this one as well. Okay, let's open this one as well. Close this. Okay. For now, all the application that we need for our backend, it's everything is done. Now let's go in here for our front end. We also need Node and npm. So we are going to install this one and download the Node.js also. Okay, let's download this one, install this one as well. Now, finally, to all the tools that are required to run our Laravel application is done, but we also need an IDE to edit our codes. So for that, I'm going to use VS Code. You can use any IDE that you like or prefers, but I prefer VS Code because it's lightweight and faster. and also have a lot of extensions that we can use. So I'm going to use VS Code. So let's type VS Code and install, download this one, download for Windows. Now let's install this. Okay, our VS Code has been installed successfully. Okay, our VS Code has been installed successfully. Now let's install Laravel extension in this VS Code. So let's go here and install Laravel, the official extension. So let's type here Laravel and let's scroll down. Okay, this is the official Laravel extension which will help us in our development process. So let's install this one. Another extension that I need is PHP extension. So let's search for that also. Okay, this is the extension that I am going to use. Install this one also. I already installed it. So you have to also use this. So these are the extension that we are really need in this project, in our Laravel project. The rest extension is, all of them are up to you which extension you are going to install. As you guys can see in here, I have many extension for any use cases. So the rest are all up to you. Now we are ready to create our first Laravel project. Now let's create our first Laravel project. For that, first thing that we have to do, because we have just installed XAMPP, we have to enable an extension. So let's go to the config and select php.ini, and in here search for zip. Then remove this semicolon from the beginning of the extension and save this. Once saved, stop this Apache and run it again. Now it started. Then let's go to our XAMPP folder. So let's go to drive C, XAMPP, and inside htdocs. Then in here, let's open our CMD command line. Then in here, you have to type composer create dash project Laravel slash Laravel and your project name. So in here, I am going to type student management. Hit enter. Now it's creating our project. So it's downloading it. Let's wait until the downloading and installation is finished. Okay, so our project is downloaded successfully, completely. Now let's close this. Now let's open our project in our VS Code. So let's open the VS Code. Let's go to open folder, and in here let's select our project which is located in C drive, XAMPP, htdocs, and select our project. Select folder. Then click yes, I trust the authors. Cancel this one. Now to run this project, we have two options. First, the first option is to open your browser and type local host slash student management, your project name slash public in the address bar and enter. Now the project has been running. And the second option is to come to your VS Code and open the terminal. To open the terminal, you have to go to view and select the terminal. In here, you have to type PHP artisan serve. Enter. Now our project is running in this URL. So you can open it by holding the control button and clicking on this URL. So let's open it. Now it's open. So in here the URL is this, and in this it's like this. So these are the two ways that we can run the Laravel application in our local machine. Before continuing to our Laravel project, we have to know about MVC, because Laravel follows MVC structure. So what is MVC? M stands for model, V stands for view, and C stands for controller. It means that when a user makes a request, it goes to controller, then from controller it goes to our model, which belongs to our database, and in there we save data or we fetch data from our database. Then we send the data to our view and send the view back to the user. So this is the flow of MVC, where the user makes a request, the request goes to controller, then controller fetch data from the model or send data to model to save in the database. After that, it send the data to the view and the view will return to the user. This is the flow of MVC. In Laravel, specifically when you are working, the most common flows are like this. When a user make a request, the request goes to the route, then from the route that request goes to the controller, and from controller it goes to the model, which goes to the database to save the data in database or fetch the data from the database. Then after that we get the view with the data and we send the data back to the user. So this is the common Laravel flow, but there are other flows also. This is the beauty of Laravel, that it gives you a free hand to write your code the way you like it. For example, let's see this flow where the user makes a request, the request goes to the route, and from the route directly we fetch the view and send it back to the user. And there are another ways also, where the user make a request, the request goes to the route, and from the route it goes to the controller, and from controller we directly fetch the view and send it back to the user. These are some common flows that we can use in our Laravel project. It does not mean that you have to also follow these flows. You can do your own. This is the beauty of Laravel, which allows you to be flexible. In this video, we are going to talk about routes in our Laravel application. You can find the routes in your root directory inside the routes folder and web.php file. If we open this, in here you guys can see we have a default route already defined for us, which is our root or index route. So in here, as you guys can see, it started with the route, then colon gate. This gate is the route type. We have multiple types. If we come to our Laravel documentations, let's open the documentation, select the basics and select the routing. Scroll down in the basic routing, and in here we can see, let's scroll down here, available route methods. In here you guys can see we have gate, post, port, patch, delete, and options, which we can use inside our route. Then after the gate we have this section which represent the URL that the user sent to our Laravel application. After that we have a callback function which returns a view, and our views are stored in resources, views, and our view name, which is welcome.blade.php. We will learn later about this. For now, just remember that when you are creating a view, you have to add blade.php at the end of this. So if we open it, there's a simple HTML. Now let's run our application. Let's open the terminal. You can open terminal from the view and select the terminal or by pressing the shortcut. So let's open our project. Let's type here PHP artisan serve and hit enter. Let's open this. Okay, this is our application. Now in here, as you can see, this is the view which the routes return to us. Now let's open our project. In here we can, let's comment this out. We can create our own route. For example, if I want to create a new route, I will just type route ::gate, and after that I will mention the URL in here. So in here for now just slash, then after that I will create a callback function. So let's type function, and inside here I can return a view or I can return any text I want. For example, hello from Laravel. Now let's save this. Let's go back to our project, refresh. Now we got our text. Same, we can create another route just below this. We can type route : gate. This time about. We will name it about, and we will create a callback function. So let's type function, and inside the function, let's return another text. In this, let's type about us. Save. Let's add a semicolon here also at the end of our route. Now let's go back, and in here let's type slash about. Enter. So we got this text. Now let's learn how we can group multiple routes in Laravel. Let's see, for example, in here if I create a new route with the name URL of details slash students and create a callback function, then inside here I will return just a text. This is student, and I will create another route for teachers. So for example, route get details slash teachers. Now let's create our callback function, and in here let's return a text for the teacher. So this is teacher. Now if I go to my browser and enter this URL, so let's type here slash students details slash student and hit enter. I get this is student. And if I go to this URL, so let's copy this, paste it here, enter. I get this is teacher. But in here, if you guys notice, in both teacher and student, I have a prefix of details. So I can shorten my routes and group this two inside a group. So for that we can write route : prefix. Then we can prefix. Then we can type our prefix. In this case, it's details. So let's copy this from here and paste it in here. Then after that, we will type group, and inside our group, we will type our callback function. So we will type function. Then inside our function, we will just cut this two from here and paste it in here. Then we don't need the details. So let's delete details from here as well and from here as well. Now let's save both of them and let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. We got this is teacher because we are hitting the teacher's URL. So if I type this students and enter, nothing has been changed. we are getting the result same as back. This is student. So this is how we can group multiple route with the same prefix inside a callback function in Laravel. Another thing we can do is we can also give our routes and name a human readable names for our each route. If I type here name and I say student, like string student details. This is now this is the name of this URL. We will learn how we can use this name. In here let's give this one also a name. So let's give this one a name of teachers dash details. So to give a URL name, you can use the name function in Laravel. Now, in this part, we are going to talk about parameters in our route, how we can send and fetch the parameters. For let's see with a demo. For example, in here, let's create a new route with a type of get and give him a URL of student. Now, to pass a parameter in our URL, we just type slash, and inside this curly brackets, we will type our parameter name. For example, in here, I want to pass the ID of the students. So I will type ID. You can name it anything you want. Now let's create our function. And inside our function, we will pass the ID as a parameter. Then inside our function, let's return this ID that we get from the URL. So let's type here return student number, and let's pass the ID. So we will just to concatenate a text in Laravel, we use dot and we will say $ID. Now let's save this. Let's go to our browser, and in here let's type student slash the ID of the student. So let's press enter. Now we got 10. If I type here 20, I will get 20. We can pass as many parameters as we want. For example, in here, if I want to pass the registration number also, so I can type Rajesh, and in here we will type the second parameter as a Rajesh. Then let's concatenate this one also with another string registration number and pass the reg. So $reg. Save. Let's go back and let's pass the registration number as well. For example, 500. So enter. We got 500. If I change this one to 1000, I will get 1000. Even if I type a string in here, for example, ABC, I get the ABC as well. Same for this one as well. For example, test. Enter. I get the test in here. So this is how we can pass parameters in our route, and this is how we can fetch them. Now, after that, in here, for example, if I type wrong URL, just like this, I get this 404 page. Or if I type anything, something like this, enter, again, I get 404. For this, we can also create a fallback route. So whenever a route is not found, we can display a custom message. So let's create that also. Let's see how we can create a fallback route. For that, we will just type route colon fallback. And in here directly we type our callback function. Then we will type our text and we will say return our text. So this page is not found. Please try again. Now save this. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. Now we got our custom text in here that this page is not found. Please try again. Now let's go back to our project. In here, if you want to view all the routes in your application, you can go to your terminal, and let's open a new terminal. You can type PHP artisan route colon list and hit enter. In here, it will display all the available routes inside your application. So you guys can see we have a slash route. If I scroll up in here, I have this same for about, details, student, detail, teacher, student, and detail, teacher. And scroll down, I have student, and my fallback route. But in here we also have two other routes, which is app and storage. Storage we will cover it in the upcoming lectures, but let's see what will the app route do. So let's open our browser and type here app, enter. It will display as this message that our application is app. In the new Laravel application, you have this app route which will display that is your application app running or not. In this video, we are going to start a new chapter which is about the views in Laravel. What are views? Views are the presentation layer of our application. It means that the whatever the user sees from our applications, those are views. For example, in this route in Laravel route by default we have this view, welcome view. If we go to our resources views, we have this file which is welcome.blade.php, and if we open it, you guys can see all our HTML are in here, our HTML, CSS, and also we can write our JavaScript in our blade file. So the blade file which you see at the end of your view is a templating engine. It is a very powerful templating engine for Laravel. So let's see this view in action. If we open our application, this is the view where the user can see any part of our application that the user can see, or the client side of our application is called the view, and it has to end with .blade.php. Now let's see how we can create a view in Laravel. The first method that we can create is manually by just right clicking or selecting the folder and pressing this icon which is new file, or right clicking and selecting new file from this context menu. So let's say for example about as.blade.php. Now we have created a view in our application. Another method that we can create a view is using the terminal. Let's open it. Let's type here PHP artisan make view and give it the view name. For example, contact us, and press enter. In here, you don't have to specify the extension, it will automatically added. So press enter. Now the view has been created. Here you guys can see right now we have three views. One welcome, which is the default Laravel view, another one contact us, and another one about us. All of them ends with .blade.php. Now to return these views in our from our routes, we can type, let's close this, we can type route : gate and give them the URL, for example about us, and type a callback function, then type return view. Now we have to type our view name. For example, about us. In here, remember that you don't have to specify the extension or the .blade.php. You just type that file name and let's add a semicolon. Now let's check this URL. Let's go to browser. Let's type here about us, enter. We got this white screen because we have not added anything in our about us. Let's create an HTML in here. So let's type HTML and in the body we are going to type about us. Now let's save. Let's go back, refresh. We got about us. Another way that we can return a view is from the route is by typing route : directly view. Now type the URL, for example, contact us and the view names. So it would be contact us. Again, without the .blade extension, just the name. Now let's hit this URL. Let's paste it here. Enter. Again, we have not written anything, so let's write here. Let's say H2 this time and contact us. Let's save. Let's go back. Yeah, we got contact us. Now, in this part, we are going to learn how we can pass data from our route to our views. For example, in here, I will create two variables, one with the name, for example, tester, and another variable with the name of email and set it to tester@gmail.com. Now I want to pass these two variables to my about us view and display it in here. So let's see how we can do that. For that, we have multiple options. The first option that we have is with WIT edge. In here, first we have to specify the key of the variable. So in our case, it would be name, and then after that the values. So this will be the values I am going to send my variable name. Now let's save. Then after that also I want to send my email, so I will create another way. This time I will call this email and I will send my email variable. Now, and about us in here, to display the data, I'm going to create two H2s in here. So let's type H2s and close them. The first will be the name and the second one will be the email. So email. Now to display our variables in here, we just have to type double curly brackets and close them. Then inside here, we have to type exactly what we wrote in here. So for this email, let's copy this and paste it in here with $sign. So you start with $sign and your key. Same thing let's do with the email. Let's copy this and let's create double curly brackets in here and paste it in here. Now let's save. Let's go to our browser. Let's go to about us. Header. Now I got my name and email. Now let's go back to our web.php in here. So this is the first method using with. Another method, let's comment this out, is using a compact function. So let's type return view about us and after the name of your view, you will just type comma as a second parameter. Then in here you will type compact, and this time you will just type your variable names as an string, then your second variable. Now let's save and let's go back to our browser. In the view you will not change anything, so let's refresh. We got our name and email, nothing has been changed in here. Now the third way that we can send our data to view is by array. So let's type return view and again about us. Now in the second parameter we will just create an array, and in here we will type our key and value. So the first one will be the name, so we will type name, and the key is our name variable. Same thing for the email, so let's type email and the key is our email. Now let's close this, save everything, let's go back to our browser, refresh. Still we got our name and our email. So these are the ways that we can send data to from our routes to our view. Now let's see how we can send data using this route, because in here we are not using any callback function. So for the easiest way to send data in here is to create an array similar like this. So let's copy this from here and paste it here. Now let's change the name to our name, for example tester in here, and the email also. So let's type tester@gmail.com. Now let's save, let's go to this view and let's print them in here. Actually it's easier, let's copy them from here. Let's copy and paste them in here, save. Now let's go to the browser and instead of about us, let's go to contact us. Okay, we got our name and also we got our email. Another thing that I want to mention is to how we can fetch the route parameters in our view. So first of all, let's see in our this kind of routes. So let's pass two parameters in here. The first one will be the name and the second one will be, for example, ID. Now let's comment this both. Okay. So for name and ID, first of all, we have to add them inside our code parameters of our callback function. So it will be name and ID. Now then you will type return view, and this time again we can use one of these methods that we used previously. So let's do about us, and I will use compact and I will pass the name and ID. Now let's save. Now let's go to our browser and to about us. Okay, let's pass our parameters. So the name would be tester and the email or the ID. Let's type the ID for enter. Okay, it's ID. We have changed the email to ID. So let's change it also here. ID and this one also ID. Save. Let's go back. Refresh. Now we got our name and ID, and if I change it to something else, this one also to something else, enter, we got both of them. Now let's see how we can get the route parameters from this route. So in here let's send two parameters. For example, let's send name and ID also. So let's and delete these from here. Right now we don't need them. Now let's go to the contacts view, and in here let's change it to ID. So because we are not using any callback function here, we are directly returning the view with the parameters. I cannot get the parameters like this. For that, let's delete this one and type double curly brackets. So these are the Laravel way to echo something or to display a variable. Now let's type in here the waste function, then the variable name, which is the name. So let's put it here. Then also for the ID, as we will do same thing, we will type request and the ID same that we wrote here. So paste it here, save. Now let's go to browser. Let's go to contact us, enter. Now we got our name and ID. If I change them, enter, we get the new name and ID. So this is, these are the ways that we can send data from the route to our view. Even we can send our parameters and display them inside our view. Now in this part, let's see how we can write our comments, our conditions, and our loops inside our a blade file. So in here, let's start by writing our first comment in a blade. To write a comment inside our blade file, we will have to start with curly bracket, double curly brackets, then dash dash, and end it with dash dash, then double curly brackets. Then we can write any comment in here we want. For example, this is a comment, then save it. Now let's go, let's refresh. There is nothing to display because we wrote the comment in here. This can be a single line or multi-line as you want. For example, this is a second comment. Now let's save, let's go back, and nothing. Even if I open the page source, let's open it, you guys can see there is no comment available in here because the blade file is rendered in the server side, not in the client side. For example, let's write an HTML comment in here. So let's type an HTML comment, and in here this is a HTML comment. Let's save. Now let's go back, refresh. Now I can see the HTML comment in here, but I don't see any comments of blade because those comment, those codes, all of them are rendered in the server side. So this is how we can write a comment. Now let's see how we can write our for loop or our loops. To write a loop, for example, let's say in here I want to write a loop. I will say I will start with at symbol. So this is how we can write our PHP or Laravel codes inside our blade file. Then after that, for and my condition. So let's write my condition in here. So make the $sign 0 and until $sign 0 is smaller than 10, incremented by 1 in each loop. And normally what we do is to after our for we will write our brackets, but in the blade file we don't have to do this. We will just type at the end of our loop, we will say at n 4. Now let's say, let's print the I in here. So $sign I, sorry, like this, $sign I. Now let's save them. Let's go back to our browser and refresh. Okay, we got our numbers in here. So this is how we can write a for loop inside our blade file. Similarly, we can also, the same way we can also write our condition in here. For example, in here, if I want to say like let's write an if condition. So let's say if $i is equal to 5, then let's end the if and end if. In that case, let's print an h1 tag and say hi, this is $i. Now let's go, let's refresh. So once we hit the 5, in here we got our h1 text. So this is how we can write our for loop. Doesn't matter if you are writing inside this for loop or outside this, but you have to start with the at symbol. In here, if you come to Laravel documentations and go to the basic, then scroll down blade template. In here you guys can see more examples about how you can type blade directives inside your blade file. So in here you guys can see I have if, else, and if. All of them you can see in here how we can write them. If you don't know, don't worry, we will talk about most of them or a lot of them in the future lectures. But remember, if you need any help, you can always refer to the Laravel documentation. Now, let's see how we can include a sub view inside our blade file. We can also make a component, not component, just a sub view, which will work like a component, and we can add it inside our blade file where we can use it multiple times in our project. For example, let's create a new view in here. So let's create a new folder in here and name it like SubViews. Then inside here we will create a new view. For example, let's call it input.blade.php, and in here I will create a div. Then inside here I will create a label, let's say name, and let's create an input type text. Name should be name, and let's close this. Let's add some require as well. Now let's save this. Now I want all my inputs to look same. That's why I created this sub view, and I want to call it inside my about us page. For that, I will just write here at include. Then I will give the path of this input blade. So I will type sub views dot, not slash, dot input without dot blade dot php. Now let's save. Let's go and refresh. As you guys can see in here, I got my input mm, which comes from this sub view. So if I open this, in here I have my input. We can also pass data to this sub view. For example, in here I want to predefine the value of this input, so I will type value and I will say my name. Now to pass this my name variable from about us, in here I will just write a comma, then open an array. Then in here I will type my variable name, which is my name, and I will type my name in here. As for example, this is my name. Now let's save. Let's go to our browser, refresh. Now I got my name in here. Let's send this name from the URL parameter. So let's go back here and let's pass this name in here. So let's copy this, let's replace them, save, let's go, refresh. Now I got AAA. If I change this to test, enter, I got test in here. The good thing about this is that I don't have to change anything inside my subview. I can directly call it in my contact as also. So let's paste it here as well. Let's replace this with the request name. Now let's save and let's go to contact us. So let's type contact us. We got this. Same thing we wrote here. So if I type this one, I will get PPP. So this is how we can create a subview and include it inside our main blade file. The next thing that I want to talk about is that we can also cache our blade files and we can also clear the cache. So let's open the terminal. Let's open a new one. To cache your blade file, you have to type PHP artisan view colon cache. Enter. Now all the blade files has been cached successfully. So this is right now we have a little a small blade file. It does not affect that much. If I click refresh, it will cache and it will load it fast. And we can also clear our view cache by typing PHP artisan view colon clear. Enter. Now all the caches of views have been clear. So if I go and refresh again, it will take some time. Right now, because our view is very small, you cannot see the difference that much. When our blade file gets bigger, you can see the difference much better. Now, in this part, we are going to learn how we can create our own template and use it in our all blade files in Laravel. So as you guys can see in here, I have already created this HTML, the HTML part of this. So I have a navbar, a sidebar, a footer, and a content section where I will put all my contents in here. So let's go to our project. In here for now, as you guys can see, all of them are pure CSS and HTML, nothing special, only HTML and CSS. You can create your own template the way you like it. So I'm just going to use this one. So let's start. First of all, let's create a new folder with the name of layouts. Then inside here, this we will create a new file with the name of app.blade.php. The name is completely up to you. You can name it anything you want, doesn't matter. So let's open this. Now let's copy this from here, copy everything from here and paste it inside our app.blade.php. Paste. Now we have to specify our sections in here. Like this part should be the style sections. This part, another part should be the content section, and another part should be the script section where everything should go. So for example, in here I have styles and I want all my styles to go under this style in the head section. So I will just type add yield, then I will say this is the style section. So I will just type style or styles. Now in my other blade files, in for example in about, if I write any style, it will add it here. Same for example, let's scroll down here. Let's delete this one. Now I want the Laravel to put all my content in this area. So I will type again yield and I will say this is the content part, just content. You can again name it anything you want. It's all up to you. And finally, in the end, I will say that in here put all my scripts. So again, I will type yield and I will say script. Now our layout is ready. It will add our styles in the head section. So let's delete all these styles for now, just to show you guys. So it will put all my styles in here, all my content in this div, and finally it will put all my scripts at the end of my page. Now let's go back to our about.play.js in here. Now I will I will remove this everything from here and type add extends, and I will put the path of my layout, which is inside the layout folder dot app. Save. So we see we will put our styles. Now let's we use for the styles is this name. So let's copy this from here, and in here we will just say add section and our section name styles. Then at the end, let's end our section. So you will say end section. Save. We don't need the head, we don't need the body. Let's delete them from here. From here, we don't need the footer also. It will come from our app.play.php, and also we don't need our sidebars. And now let's delete all of them and keep our only content in here. So this is only our content, so we will only keep this in here. Now let's create a section. So section, this will be our content, so we will type it as it is and paste it in here. Now let's say end section. So everything is ready. Now let's go back to our page, refresh. As you guys can see, nothing has been changed. It is displaying our content and our page as it was before. Now let's for example, to see as a demo, let's move our styles at the end of the page. So let's cut it from here and paste it at the end. Paste. So let's go back, let's refresh. Now let's open the page source. As you guys can see, even if I put my styles anywhere in the page, right now it's at the end of my page after the content section. It will display at the top in the place where we specified in our template, and it will put our content in here where we specified. Now let's add some scripts also. So let's add the scripts at the top. Let's say add section, and this will be our script section. So let's copy this and paste it here. Then let's end this end section. Now we can write our JavaScript. So let's type script, and in here for now let's just say alarm hi. Let's close this, refresh this one. We got our script. Okay. Now let's see the source. And if we scroll down, as you guys can see, it put our scripts at the end. So this is how you can create your own layout in the Laravel using the blade. So first of all, you will define the places of each of your item. For example, styles using the yield function. So the, then you can specify your content and script, and when you want to call it, you will just use section with the name. So let's do exactly same thing in the contact as also. So let's type here extends and layouts dot app. Then this will be section our content, and let's end this end section. Remember, in blade file, every time you open a directive, then you also have to close it. So let's save this. Let's go to contact as. Okay, let's enter. Now we got a page like this because our styles are all in the about page. So let's move it from here. So let's cut everything from here and paste it inside our app.blade.php. Save. Let's save this one also. No need for the styles right now in here. Okay. Now let's go back. Let's refresh. Now, as you guys can see in here, I got my contact as page with the template and also my about as page. So this is it for this video. See you guys in the next video. Now that we have learned about the view, we have already covered the view. It's time for us to cover the controller part of our Laravel. So in this presentation, as you guys can see in the MVC, when the user makes a request, it directly goes to the controller, and this is where we can write our logic. The main logic of our application goes to the controller. So this is very important part of the Laravel, where we can define our logic, and we can, after that we can return the view to the user, and also from here we can fetch data from the database and save the data back to our database. So let's see how we can create a controller in Laravel. So let's go to our project. Now in here, the first thing, to create a project we have to open the terminal. Then in the terminal, let's clear everything from here. In here we have to type PHP artisan make colon controller. Then after that we have to write the controller name. For example, in here I will name it student controller. Then enter. Now our controller is ready. If we go inside our app folder http, then we will see there is a new file with the same name that we wrote in the terminal. So let's open this. Okay. Now our controller is empty. It does not have any method. So let's create a method first. So to create a method, we will type public function, and you can give him any name you want. For example, in here I will say it's index function, and I will say return hello from controller. Now that we have created our method, then to call this method we have to go to inside our web.php, and in here we have to call our controller and this method, so we can run this code and see this. So let's go back to our web.php. Let's create a new route in here. Let's type route : get and the URL. So let's type students. Then we have to call our controller. So we will type comma. Then we will open an array like this. Then inside this we will type our controller name. For example, in here is student controller. Then after that class and comma our method name, which is index. Let's copy this and paste it here. If you guys have noticed, when I wrote that student controller, VS Code automatically added this line of code, which is the part of my student controller app folder http controller and student controller file. Same thing that is written in here. So if you are using any other IDE, make sure to add this first, then use the controller, because when you run the application, it will say the controller is not found. Now let's go to student controller in our browser. So let's go to a student route. Let's open our browser, and in here let's type students, enter. We got our text hello from controller. Now let's go back to our project. In here, let's create one more method inside our student controller. So this one I will call it, make a new function, public function about as return code with erofi. So let's return this one also from our web.php. Let's go in here, and in here let's again type route colon get about dash as, and again student controller class, and the method name which is about as. Save. Let's comment this one. Let's go back and let's go to about as, enter. Okay, we got our text in here. Now in the web.php, in here, if you guys have noticed, I used this student controller 2 times, but we cannot make it shorter and create a group controller and add this to route inside that. So instead of writing student controller 2 times, we can just type route controller. Then inside this controller, we will call our controller a student controller class, and we will say group, then function, a callback function. Then inside this callback function, we will add our routes. So let's add them in here. Now we don't need the student class in here, so let's remove this from here also, and from here as well. And also let's remove this array brackets, we don't need them also. Now let's save, let's go back, refresh. Yeah, everything is working. So if you are calling multiple methods from the same controller, it's better to group all of them inside a group function and call it like this. Now let's see how we can pass data from our uh, route parameters to our controller. So let's do the same thing that we did with the routes. Let's pass two parameters in here. The first one will be the ID, and the second parameter is name. Now let's go to our student controller. To fetch those route parameters, we have to create two parameters for our function. So the first one was ID and the second one was name. So let's delete this one, and in here say ID number and pass the ID in here. So we will use dot, then the variable name or parameter name. Then we will concatenate the name also. So let's write here name and dot $sign name. Now let's save them. Let's go to our browser in here. So let's write the ID and the name. So let's say eRaufi and enter. We got the ID number 1 which we pass in here, and also the name eRaufi. Even if I come to the browser and I change it, let's comment this, change it to the single controller wise. So let's copy this from here and paste it here, change it to array back, call our student controller in here, class, comma. Even if I have a route like this, I don't have to change anything, it will work as it was. So as you guys can see, I got my ID and name in here. Now let's see how we can open a view from our controller. So let's undo this, save, let's go back to our controller. So this way to return a string from controller, it's not common in Laravel. Basically from the controller, mostly we return to the user the view, the HTML part, or if they are using the API, we will just return the response. We don't directly return any text from our controller. So let's comment this out. Let's return a views. Just let's type return view and let's use our views that we created in previous lectures. So I'm going to use about us. So let's type here about us, and the same thing we did in routes lecture, we will also pass same way in here using the compact function. So the first one was the ID and the second one is name. Now let's display them inside our view. So let's open our view, and in here let's create a p tag and say name is curly brackets dollar sign our variable name. Same thing let's do with the ID. So let's type the ID as well and curly brackets double dollar sign ID. Let's save them. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. Now we got our name and ID from our controller. We can change it also. So let's change this to 9. Okay. Now we got our ID as a 9. So this is how we can pass data from the route parameter to the controller and finally to our view. If you guys have noticed, before creating any function, I always write public, then I will type function and after that the function name. So what is public? Similarly, we also have one more type which is private. Then we can type our function and the name of function. For example, private function. So what is public and private? What is the difference between them? The public function means that we can call this function outside of this class and we can use it. In here, as you guys can see, in here we have index and about, and if I come here, index and about as both of them are public and I can call him from the web.php. But if I want to call this function, so let's return something here, return hello. Now let's call this function from the web. So instead of about this one, let's go back, refresh. Now in here I got an error, internal server error, and the message is called to private method. So the public functions can be called outside this class, but the private functions can only be called inside the same class. N- Now let's undo this. Let's save our web.php, and in here if we want to call any private function inside another method, we will just create a let's create a method. Let's call this name and we set this to the private function. So we will call it by typing dollar sign this, then arrow and the function name which is private function. Now if I return dollar sign name, so let's not confuse with this two. Let's delete them. Let's delete them from here as well, so we don't get confused. Okay. Now let's go back and let's remove this two also. Let's enter. We got hello, which we wrote in our private function, or let's change it to hello world. Let's go back, refresh. We got our hello world. So this is the difference between private and public function. Another thing that I want to mention in here is we also have one more function in here which is the constructor in the controller. So let's create a function called dash dash construct. So whenever you want to do any calculation or run any logic or anything, whenever this class or is called, you can write it inside that construct method. It will run whenever this class is called. For example, let's create a global variable. So let's say protected $name. Now let's assign this one a value. So we will say $this name is equal to my name. Now in our about us, we will just return this name. So to return the global variable, we will just type here $, this, and the variable name. Let's comment this out. We don't need it right now. Let's go back. Let's refresh. As you guys can see, I got my name in the browser, even though I just call it in here, but I did not call the constructor method in here. I just call the global variable. We can add something like this. We can create one more global variable, for example age, and by default it's empty, and set it here. So this age is equal to 20. Now if I call this also, let's comment this and let's write $this age. Now let's go refresh. We got 20. To summarize this part, first we had public function, which we can call it anywhere outside this class. It can be called outside this class. Then we have private function, which we can only call inside the same class. We cannot call it outside the class. And finally, the construct method, which will run automatically whenever this class is called. Now, in this part, we are going to talk about two types of controllers which we can create using Laravel. One is invokable and another one is resource controller. Let's see what is the difference between these two and how we can create them. So let's start by creating an invokable controller. Let's open our terminal. So let's clear editing from here and let's create a new controller. Let's type here PHP artisan make controller and give it a name. So for example, in here I will just call this test controller, and to make it invocable you just have to type dash dash invocable after the name of the controller. Hit enter. The controller is created in here inside your app HTTP controller, this controller. Now if I open it, as you guys can see in here, there is only one method with the name of invoke. So what does it mean? If a controller is invocable controller, it is also called single method controller, which means if any controller have only one function and you don't use like index, create, update, delete, you just need to write a one logic, one method inside that controller. So you will use that. In here we don't have to create other methods, also only one method or one logic inside this controller. So for example, let's say return hi. Now to call this invocable controller in the routes, we will just type route : get and the URL, for example invoke. Then we will just call our controller without the method. So in this case, this controller : class. Okay, let's test controller. Now if I go to this URL from my browser, so let's open this one. I get even though I did not write any method name in here, because this is the invocable, it will automatically run this method. Even if I change it to something else, save, refresh, and I got my text in here. So this is how we can create and use invocable controllers or single method controllers in our Laravel. Now let's move to second type, which is resource controllers. Let's create a new controller. Let's clear this one, and That's the PHP artisan make controller. We will call it this one second test controller, and this is the resource controller. So I will type dash dash resource, enter. This one is also created. Let's go. Now in here we have built in or already some methods inside our controller, which is index, create, store, show, edit, update, and destroy. All of them are predefined in this controller because it's resource. If we go to official Laravel documentation and click the documentation in here, the basics controller controllers, and scroll down until you find the resource controller. So yeah, here it is, resource controller. In here, as you guys can see, in here we have these methods with predefined URL and the type of the URLs with their actions. So if you want to use the resource controller, you have to memorize or remember this table. It's very important if you are using resource controller, because all the URLs and methods are predefined. You don't have to create separate route for each of them. You can just go and set your routes, the same thing that we did with our invokable. In here you type route colon colon, and instead of type of the URL you will just type resource, then the URL, for example, say can dash test, then the controller itself, which is second test controller colon colon class. Now let's add something to the index function. So let's return resource controller index method. Now let's go back to the charts. Let's and see how we can call this method from a resource controller. So we are using the index. So this is the index method. We will just have to call our URL or URI as it is. So in here second. Now let's copy this. Let's go back and paste it here. Enter. So we got our text in here, resource controller index method. So this is how we can call our resource controller, and this is the way to call the invokable controller. The invoke controller has only one method with the name of invoke, but the resource controller have all the necessary or predefined methods inside it, and you can use them. In both cases, you don't have to mention the method names after the controller. In this section, we are going to talk about a very important topic, which is migrations in Laravel. Migrations are version control for your database, similar like Git, which is version control for your code. Migration is version control for your database, where you can track your changes over time in that database table. It allows you to define table structures and update them over time using PHP code instead of writing raw SQL query and creating tables or changing them manually. If I open my folders in here, as you guys can see, I have a table with the name of database, and inside this I have another table with the name of migrations. In here I already have 3 migration, which is default migration by Laravel itself, and if I open any of them, there are already created some tables for us. So in here the cache table, the jobs table, and the user table, password table, and session tables are already created. Now let's go and set our database connection with our Laravel project. So let's go to inside our .env. In here let's click this and uncomment all these, then change this to MySQL. Then in the database part, in here you have to type your database name. For example, in here I am going to change it to students. Now let's save this. Now let's open MySQL from our PC and let's go to root. In here, as you guys can see, I only have two databases. One is PHP My Admin, another one is this, which are default databases. Now I want to create a new database in here and add some tables in here. So after adding the database name in here, now let's open our terminal and type in here PHP space artisan migrate. Press enter. Okay. In here, it's giving us a warning that the database students does not exist on MySQL connection. Would you like to create it? Just type yes and press enter. Now, if I open my MySQL and refresh in here, as you guys can see, a new database has been created, and inside here it have these tables which are the default tables of Laravel. They are all created. If I open any of them, they all have their own columns and their structures are already set. Now, let's see how we can create our own migration. So let's open our project, and in the terminal, we have to type PHP artisan make colon migration, then give it a name. So I'm going to name it students table. Now enter. Now, if I go to inside my database folder migration, in here, as you guys can see, a new migration file has been created. And if I open it, by default, I have this two method inside this. One is up and another one is down. The up is used to create your table structure, and the down is used when you want to reverse the migration. Now, in here, if you want the Laravel to create the table name also for you can create a migration like this. So let's create a new migration. So PHP artisan make migration. Then this is very important part. You have to type the name of migration like this. Create underscore your table name, in my case is student, and again underscore table. Now press enter. Now if I open this one, in here, as you guys can see, I have the schema also, and in here my drop table as well. So when you give him a name only, it will just create this two method for you. But if you type the name like this, it will generate the schema for you as well. So you only have to type the column names. So as we said in here, the up method is used to create the structure of your table, and the down method is used to drop or reverse the changes of this migration. Now let's add some columns to inside our students table. So in here, as you guys can see, I already have two column types. One is ID, another one is timestamps. The ID is our primary key, and the timestamps will create two columns inside our table. One is created at, and another one is updated at. These two columns will be added by Laravel timestamp column type. But before this, if you want to know more about the available column types in Laravel, you can go to the official Laravel documentation. In here, database, then select migrations, and you can see all the available column types in here. So we have boolean, char, long text, string. As you guys can see, we have a very big list of column types in here, which we will not cover in this tutorial because it will take a lot of times. You guys can find it in here and test it any column types you want. For example, in here we have a string, text, char, long text, double, float, id, increment. If you click on any of them, it will take you there and it will give you the definition. So let's go back to our project. In here, let's create a new column in here. So let's type table string and we will add the name of students. So we will type student, then let's add another column and the type should be also string and this time email. Then we will add the age of student. This time the data column type is integer, so we will type table, then we will type integer and we will say age. Now, let's run our migrations again to create this table inside our database. So let's go to our terminal, let's clear this one and type PHP artisan migrate. Okay, before this, let's delete this migration because we don't need this one. Let's delete this one. We only gonna keep this one. So let's press enter. So our migration is finished successfully. Now if we go to inside our database and refresh, in here as you guys can see, I have a new table with the name of student. And if I open this, I have 3 columns with the name of name, email and age. Now let's see the type of this. Let's right click and select alter table. And in here, as you guys can see, the name is worker, this email is also worker, and the age is int. Then created at and updated at, or both of these 2 columns are created using the time stamp, and ID is also our primary key. Now in here we added these columns, but we forgot to add one more column, which is date of birth. So let's see how we can add a new column into our existing table. So let's open our project and in here let's clear this. Let's create a new migration for that. So we will type PHP artisan my make migration. Now this time we will name this add date of birth to students. Then after dash, let me make it bigger. Let's close this one. Dash table and give it the table name, which is student. Enter. It has been created. Now let's go and in here I already have my schema. Just I have to add the column name. So let's add it. Let's type here $table. Then the data type. So I'm using date of birth. So for this it would be date. Then date of birth. And I want this date of birth to be nullable. So what will I type is dash null label. This will make our column nullable, which will accept the null value as well. Now let's add a new column also. So in here I will add the gender because I want to show the default value and enum also. So let's say table and this time the data type would be enum. And I will call this gender. Then I will open an array. So this will be is values. One is M for male and another one is F for female. Then we can also set a default value for this. So we will say default should be M or male. Now, in the down method of this migration, I have to drop these columns because when we reverse our migration, I want these two columns to be deleted from my table. So in here, I will type $sign table, arrow key, drop column, and give him the column name. So I want to drop this column. So let's add the name in here. And also I want to drop and the gender column. So I will say drop column, then the gender column name. Now let's run our migration again. Let's type PHP artisan migrate, enter. Migration is finished. Now let's go here. Let's close this one. Let's select all our students. So let's open it. Now in here I have two more columns. One is date of birth and another one is gender. If I alter this, now in here as you guys can see, my date of birth is nullable, but my gender is not nullable, and my gender data type is enum with male and female values, and by default it's male. Now let's add another column, user ID for our students. So each of our students should have a user in our users table as well. So let's open our terminal. Let's clear this one. Let's create a new migration by typing PHP artisan make migration, add user ID to students and dash dash, then our table name which is students. Enter. Sorry, table is equal to students. Okay, it has been created. Now let's go in here and add a new columns. So I want my user ID to be a foreign key and it should be connected to my users table. So for that, I will type table dash foreign ID, enter, and I will type my column name which is user dash ID, and I want it to be connected with my users table. So I will say constraint, then my users table. So the users table is like this. Now let's type this users. I can also add, make it cascade on update and on delete. So I can type on delete and I will say cascade, and as well as on update. So for both of them, I want this to be cascade. So I will type cascade. Now let's create the drop method also, the down method for this foreign ID also. So let's type here $sign table, drop for run and the user ID. So it will be the user ID here. Then after that we will say $sign table, drop column and the user ID in here as well. Now let's run our migration. Let's clear this in our terminal and type PHP artisan migrate, enter. Our migration is finished. Let's go here. Let's select all from our students and the user ID has been created. Now suppose I don't want this column, I want to remove it, or I want to make any changes, or I want to delete this last migration. Let's see how we can roll back our changes, our latest changes or two-step changes in our database, how our down method will get effect. So to roll back our latest changes, we can type PHP artisan migrate colon roll back. This will roll back our latest or the last migration that we have done. So let's press enter. Our last migration was adding this column. So let's press enter. The rollback is finished. Now let's go back. Let's execute. Now as you guys can see, I don't have the users table. If I rerun the migration, so let's press enter. Now the user is in here. I can go 2 or 3 steps back also by just typing. Let's clear this by just typing PHP artisan migrate colon roll back is space dash dash step is equal to. Now in here you can define how many steps you want to go back. So for example, I want to go back 2 steps. So press enter. Now these 2 migrations have been rolled back. The first one was the user ID which we added, and the other one is the date of birth and gender. So let's go. These columns should be deleted. Now let's execute. As you guys can see, now I only have the ID, name, email, and age without date of birth and gender, and also I don't have the user ID as well. But if I rerun migration, so let's type PHP artisan migrate, it will add them back. So in here, all my columns are in here. The next command that I'm going to cover is migrate reset. Right now, if I go in here, as you guys can see, I have all my tables. Now, if I want to delete all my tables from my database or reset my database, I have this command. Let's clear everything. We can type PHP artisan migrate colon reset. This will delete all my migrations, all my tables from my database. Remember that this will also delete all the data inside your database. So it will erase everything from your database. Remember, do not run this in the production. So let's press enter. Now all of them have been rolled back. Now let's open, let's refresh. In here, you guys can see I only have the migrations table. If I open it, it's also completely empty. Now I have to rerun the migration. So I can type PHP artisan migrate enter. Now all my tables are back in here. And if I run my migrations, all the migrations are inside my migration table. Another topic is if you want to delete all your data and set your migration to fresh tables, like completely empty database with tables only. You can do that also. So let's clear this by typing just PHP artisan migrate colon fresh. This will delete all your migrations, all of your tables, and remigrate again. So let's add them. Okay, but before this, let's add some data so we can see the changes clearly. So let's add a new user. Let's add an email. This. Let's apply. Okay, I have this users in my table. Now let's run this PHP artisan migrate fresh. Enter. Now let's go back. Let's refresh. All my tables are here. Now let's select all my users. So let's open. The user is gone and my table is empty because the migrate fresh will drop drop all your tables and it will recreate them as a fresh database. In the previous video, we have discussed this diagram. In here, we have said that the model is used to connect with our database, and whenever we want to fetch data or save data to our database, we will use the model. So the model is the connection with our database. It is used to connect our database with our Laravel project. In a state of writing pure SQL queries, we will use model Eloquence to fetch or save data. Now let's go back to our project, and in here let's create a new model. So let's open our terminal, and in here let's type PHP artisan make model, then give it a names. So for example, I want to create a student model. So what will I type? I will type student. Now enter. Our model has been created. It's been saved inside our app folder, models and student model. In here our model is created. We can also create controller migration also with our model. If you want to create a model with its controller and migration, you can do that also by just opening our terminal. Let's open the terminal. In here we will type PHP artisan make model. This time I'm going to create a model for the teachers. So I will type teachers or teacher, any name that you want, then space dash M for migration and C for controller. Now if when I press the enter button, it will automatically create the controller and the migration for the teacher as well as the for as well as the model. So in here, as you guys can see, the teachers has been created. If I open database migrations, now another migration is created here with the name of teachers. And also if I open my HTTP in here and controllers, in here I have teachers controller as well. So if you want to just create a model, you will just type the name of the model, try to make it singular. And if you want to create the migration, you just have to type M. It will create the migration. And if you want to create the controller with this model, you can also type C. But if you want to create both of them, you can type MC. Now let's add a column to our teachers table. In here, let's add a name table. So let's type table, that the type should be string and it should have name. Now let's run our migration so we can know how we can fetch our data. So let's type PHP artisan migrate. Okay, the migration is done. Let's refresh. Teachers is here. Now let's add some data. So A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay. Now let's see how we can fetch this data, this information in our Laravel using the model. So let's go back here. Let's close these. Now let's go to our route web.php. In here, let's create a new route. Let's delete all of them. We don't need them. Let's create a new route with the type of gate and let's name it teachers. And in here, we will create a callback function. Then in here, I will create, or let's directly say return. Now we will have to call our teachers model. So in here I will type teachers, enter, colon all. Remember, whenever you are calling your model, you have to import your class in the top of the your routes normally we don't directly call our model inside our route, we will call it inside our controller. So for now, just remember that whenever you call any model, you have to import it in the top. VS Code will automatically add this, but if it does not, you have to add it manually. Now, let's open the terminal and serve our project by typing PHP artisan serve, enter. Now, let's go to this URL and let's go to teachers, enter. Now, as you guys can see, I got all my data, ID and name. All of them are in here. But normally what we will do, instead of directly calling a model inside a route, we will just create, let's comment this. We will go to the teacher's controller. Then from the controller, we will return the model. So like this, route colon get teachers. Now let's call teachers controller colon class, then index. Now let's go to inside our teachers controller, and in here let's create a new function with the name of index, and inside here we will return our teachers. So let's type teachers colon all. Okay. Now, as you guys can see in here, I did not VS Code did not automatically imported the modal class, so we have to type it here, or you can just retype this teachers like this and add. This time it will bring it. So let's save this one also. Now let's go back, refresh. Now again I got my data, all my data in here. Now, let's see how we can add data to our database table using our model. So, let's close these and let's go to our teachers controller. In here, let's create a new method. So, let's type public function and give it a name of add. To add data, we will create a variable and set it to new, and after that our model name. So, in our case, it will be teachers. Then $sign item and the column name that you want to add data to. So in our case, it will be the name. You don't have to add data in the ID because it's auto increment. We will just add data to them, created add, updated add. Both of them will be handled by Laravel itself. We will just add data to our name. So let's go back, and in here let's type name is equal to, you will give him a value, for example tester or test name. Then finally, once it's done, we have to save our data. For that we will type $sign item dash save, and finally let's return something like added successfully. Now, to access this method, we have to create a route. So let's go to our web.php in here and create a new route. The type should be post, and in here we will say add dash teacher. Then we will say it's in a teachers controller. Go to teachers controller class and add method. Now let's go to our browser and let's hit this URL. So let's go here, let's paste it, enter. Okay, method not allowed, the gate method is not supported. Okay, because the browser, we cannot send a post request like this. So temporarily I will change this to gate. But remember, when you are want to add a data or set you, when you send data to the server, you should use post. For now, just for testing, we will use gate. Later we will change it back to gate. So let's go back, let's refresh. Okay, it's added successfully. Now let's go to our database, and we got our test name. And as you guys can see in here, the ID has been automatically incremented by 1, and Laravel automatically added, created at, and updated at as well. Now let's go and retrieve only this teacher. So to retrieve only a single record, let's see how we can do this. So let's go back to our teachers controller, and in here let's create a new method. So let's type public function show. Now we need the ID, so we will pass ID here as a parameter. Then we will say $sign item is equal to teacher colon find or fail. Then we will pass the ID. Then okay, sorry, teachers. Then after that we will just return our item. Now let's save. Let's create a new route for this. So let's go here, and in here let's type again get show teacher, then teachers controller class and show method. And in here we also have to pass the ID of the teacher as a parameter, URL parameter. So we will pass the ID like this. Now let's save this. Let's go to our browser and see this URL. So let's show and pass the IDs. The ID of the our teacher is 7. So let's type here 7, enter. Now I got my record in here with the ID, with the name, with the created ad and updated ad. And if I change the ID to, for example, 6, enter, I will get this record. And if I change it to 8, which we don't have to in our database, it will fail. So enter 404 not found. Now let's see how we can update our records. So let's open our teachers controller again. Same thing with that we did with the show. In here we will do again with the update also. So we will create a new function with the name of update, and we will pass the ID. Then in here again, same as teacher, we will say $sign item is equal to teachers find or fail, and we will pass the ID. Then after that we will type $sign item dash name is equal to our new value that we want to change it with. So in here, for example, I will say updated teacher. And finally, to save our changes, we will say $sign item update. Now let's return something to the user. Let's say updated successfully. Save everything. Let's go and create a new route for this one also. So in here, let's type route. Remember that the type of this should be patch or post, because currently we are learning. I will just use gate, but in the coming videos we will use proper route methods for this. So for now, just gate for testing. Then let's type our URL update dash teacher and the ID of the teacher. Then our controller teachers controller class update method. Save. Let's go to this URL and change 8 to 7. Enter. Updated successfully. Now let's go to our database. Let's refresh. Our teacher has been updated. So this is how you can update your records in controller. Now let's delete our records. So let's create a new method to delete. Let's type public function delete. Remember that these names are up to you because we have not created a resource controller. We just created a normal controller. We can name them anything we want. So let's continue and send our ID. Then in here again, let's say item is equal to teachers colon find or fail $ID and $item delete. Then let's return deleted successfully. Now let's create a new route for this one also. So let's type route colon gate. Remember again, this is gate is just for the testing purposes. For delete, we have another method with the name of delete. So I'm just using gate to run it in the browser. So let's type our URL. So delete teacher and the teacher ID. Then we have to, in the second parameter, we have to pass an array which we will call our controller and the controller method. So in this case, delete. So let's save everything. Let's copy this from here and paste it inside our URL, browser URL. So enter. We got our message. Now let's go and check. Our record has been deleted. So this is how we can create a simple CRUD application in our Laravel project. This is just the basic part. Now, in this part, we are going to add some fake data to our students table. Right now, if I open my students table, it's completely empty. So for practice, I want to add some fake data in here. Right now, I have two options. One option to add them, all of them manually, or create a factory to add as many fake data as I want. For that, let's see how we can create a factory in Laravel. So let's open our terminal. Let's go here, and in here we have to type PHP artisan make factory. Then give it a name. For example, I want to add a fake data for my students model. So I will name this one student factory. Even I can attach the model inside my factory as well by just typing dash model. Model is equal to the name of the model, which is student. So let's type here is student and press enter. Okay, our factory has been created. If we go inside our database factories, there's a new file with the name of student factory. Now let's open this and add our fake data in here. So first let's check what columns we have. We have name, email, age, date of birth and gender. So we are going to add fake data for these columns. So in the return of definition method in here, I am going to type name $this faker and name. So it's array comma. Then we have email. So for email, I will type $this faker and unique save email. Then for age, $this faker number, let's say number between. So the age should be between 10 and 25. then date of birth. So I will write the column name, which is date of birth, and again this faker date and the format of the date. So it will be Y, M, and D, which means year, month, then date, and finally the last column, which is gender. So I am going to type gender, again this faker. Now for gender, if you guys remember, if I open the migrations, student migration, so here the gender, we use the data type enum, which is used M and F, M for male and F for female. So in the factory in here, I will type random element, and I will say create an array which should be M and F. Now our factory is ready. Now let's go to inside students model. So let's go open our students model, and in here we have to type use has factory. And don't forget, if VS Code did not add this, you should add this one, add semicolon. This is done. After this, we have to go back to our database folder, and this time inside seeders folder, database seeder. In here, we already have a demo, so we don't use this. This one also we will not use. We will say our model name, which is student colon factory. Then inside the factory, we have to mention how many records we want. So in my case, I want 100 fake students. So I will type 100. Then I will say create. Okay, let's add this student. Now let's open our terminal, and in the terminal we have to type PHP artisan db colon seed. Now let's press enter. Okay, the seeding is finished. Now let's open the database and select our students table. Now as you guys can see in here, I have 100 students in my database. So this is how we can add a fake data in our database to work it, because when developing an application you need a fake data to work with it, test your validations and a lot of things. So this is how you can add fake data. You have to create a factory for that model. Now in this part we are going to learn how we can add our default data inside our database, such as settings, or if you want to use countries, or all the list of countries, or any other default data that you want to be there in your database when the user run your application for the first time. So let's see it with a demo. In here, in the GitHub, I found this list of all the countries. So let's create a new migration model and controller for this, so we can add this data inside our database. So let's open our terminal, and in here let's create a new model with the name of countries. And we also want migration and controller for this. So let's enter. Now it's created. So let's go to our database migration. Let's add our column names. So first thing I want is the type country name. So it would be string and name. This should not be null label. So I will say null label is equal to false. And also I want what we have here, code. So let's add the code as well. So let's say table string code, and this one also should not be nullable, so I will set it to false. Now let's run the migration by typing PHP artisan migrate, enter. It's done. Now let's clear this. Now to add the default data, what we need is seeder. So for that we will type PHP artisan make colon cedar, then the cedar name. For in our case, countries cedar. Now let's press enter. It's created. Now if we go inside our database folder, there we have our cedars folder, and inside here it has been created a new cedar with the name of countries cedar. Now let's go to GitHub again and copy this object from here. So let's copy all of them. Copy this, and inside our run method, in here let's create a new array with the name of countries, or any name you want, and paste it here. Now since it's a JavaScript object, we have to change it to PHP by changing all these semicolons to arrow key. So let's replace all of them to this. Replace all like this. And also let's change these to array brackets. So let's paste here and change it to this. And finally this one all as well. Okay, we have such added our objects inside our migrations, so it's ready. Now we can use this object and add it inside our database. So let's scroll at the bottom of this method, and in here let's type db colon colon table and our table name, which is countries. So let's type countries. Then after that we will say insert and our array name, which is $sign countries. Okay, let's add the import the db also. So my VS Code did not add it automatically. So I'm using this class. Now let's save this. Now let's open our terminal, clear this one. Now if I run PHP artisan db colon c dash dash, then I have to mention the this cedar class name. So dash dash class is equal to countries cedar. Now let's press enter. Okay, seeding is finished. Now let's go refresh our database. So in here we have a countries table. Now if we open this, as you guys can see, all our data has been is being ready. So this is how we can create a seeder inside our database. One more thing to remember, previously in the beginning of the video we created model separately and seeder separately. But if you want, you can create the seeder with the model as well by just typing, for example, PHP artisan make model cities. Okay, cities. Now by typing dash M for migration, C for controller, and S for seeder. So when I press enter, as you guys can see, automatically the seeder has also been created for the cities model. So in this part, we are going to talk about how we can execute our SQL queries or run our SQL queries inside our Laravel application. So basically, we have three approach for that. The first one is raw SQL, second one is query builder, and the third one is Eloquent ORM. All three have their own pros and cons. So let's start by the security. For the security point of view, raw SQL is highly risky because of SQL injection. It's very easy to execute a SQL injection when using a raw SQL in our Laravel project. For Query Builder, it protects us against SQL injection, and same for Eloquent ORM. So, and for the security point of view, raw SQL have a minimum security because of SQL injection. Now let's jump for performance. for the performance, because raw SQL directly talks or communicates with the SQL, so it's the fastest of all. After that, the query builder is fast. Then finally, the Eloquent. So if you are making a application where the performance is high priority, so you have to use raw SQL. Otherwise, go for query builder or Eloquent ORM. Another topic that we are going to talk is about flexibility. Raw SQL is fully customizable, allows complex queries, and Query Builder is flexible, allows complex queries with readable syntax. But Eloquent ORM is less flexible for high quality optimized queries. Now, let's talk about maintainability. The raw SQL is harder to maintain and debug, requires manual query writing because it needs a lot of queries to write if you want to add result. But for Query Builder, it's easier to maintain than raw SQL but lacks full object-oriented mapping capabilities, which the Eloquent have. Eloquent is easiest to maintain. For example, if you in the future, if you want to maintain your application, the best option is Eloquent ORM because it's easiest to maintain, follows object-oriented principle. Now, let's see the use cases. So, for raw SQL, when performance is critical or complex queries are needed, we will use raw SQL. But when you need a balance between performance, security, and complexity and flexibility, then the best option is Query Builder. And finally, for Eloquent ORM, when working with models, relationship, and prioritizing maintainability, then you will choose Eloquent ORM. So, now let's start by adding some data inside our database using Query Builder. So let's go to inside our app, HTTP controllers, and we will choose our students controller. So in here, let's delete all the old methods from here. We don't need them now. Let's create a new function with the name of add data, and inside here we have to type, when we use Query Builder, then we have to type db, and we have to import the class as well. In here, if your ID does not automatically import, so you have to write this manually. Now let's come back to our method, and in here let's type db colon table. Then we have to type our table name in the which table we want to add. So if I go here, I want to add it inside my students table. So let's copy this from here and add it here. Then after that, we have to type insert, and inside insert function we have to create an array. Then inside this array, we have to type our column names and their values as in key and value. So for example, let's open our students here. We have name, email, age, date of birth, and gender. So let's go back here, and for name, let's type tester. For email, let's type tester@gmail.com. For age, let's type, for example, 15. And for what we had other date of birth, so for date of birth, let's type as an string 2010 0101. And finally, for gender, we will say M. Now, let's return also added successfully. Now, let's go and create a new route for this also, so we can access it from the browser. So let's copy this and let's go to inside our routes, web.php. Let's delete these old routes, we don't need them. And in here, let's create a new route with a type of gate, and we will give them a URL of add data. Then we will call our students controller colon class, and our method name. Now let's save. Now let's go and hit this URL. So let's copy this from here and let's go to our browser, and in here let's go to this. Okay, added successfully. Now let's go back to our database. Let's refresh that table. We got our record in our database. As you guys can see, this too is null because we are using query builder. If we use Eloquent, Laravel would have automatically added this to column as well. Now let's see how we can add multiple data using query builder. So when we add a single record, we will use an array like this. Directly we will add it here. But if you guys want to add multiple data using this method, then in that case, first of all, you have to open a first array. Then inside here, you have to create another array like this for each of your records. So it would be like multi-dimensional array. So an array inside an array. Now we added the one, so let's change some values in here. So let's change the email, the name, the gender. Now let's copy this. Now for the second record, you have to add comma, then your second record. Now let's change this also, this one also. Now you can add as many records as you want. So let's add one more, total 3 records. So okay. Now let's go to our browser and refresh. Now if we open our database, refresh our database, we have our new data as well. So this is how we can add data using query builder. First you have to type db, then your table, and finally you have to type insert and add your values. Now let's see how we can fetch our data from database using query builder. So we have already added this data. Now we want to fetch it. So let's create a new method inside our inside our students controller. Let's create this method and give it a name of data. Then inside here we will create a new variable. You can name it anything you want. So in here I will call it items. Then I will set it to db : table and my table name, which is students. Then I will say gate. So this will fetch all my data inside students table. Now let's return this. So we will say return $sign items, and let's create a new route for this also, so we can access it from our browser. So let's type it out gate data, and this is also going inside my students controller, then the method name. Now let's copy this from here and add it inside our browser. So let's add it here, enter. Now as you guys can see, I got all my 4 records. So 1 2 3 4, these 4 records that are available inside my database. Another thing that I can do in here, I can limit the number of records that I want. I can type limit, and for example I only want 2 records, so I will just type 2. Now if I go and refresh, I will only get 2 records in here. Similarly, instead of for example, if I want only a single record with a where condition or any first record that I want, then I will not use limit. I will just, instead of get, I will just type first. So now if I go refresh, now I only get 1 record, the first record that is available in my database. So right now, as you guys can see, the ID is 202. If I open here, my first record is also 202. Another thing that I want to mention in this part is our conditions, how we can type our conditions. So if I go here, let's I want, for example, I want to fetch the ID number 204. In here, I can type in my project. In here, I will say where ID is equal to 204. Now, let's go. Let's refresh. Now, I got my ID number 204 record. In here, I can add more conditions. So, first of all, let's change the first to gig so I can get as many records as I can. So, if I want to fetch all the records where the IDs are greater than 204, in that case, I can type same thing that we wrote in our raw SQL. In here, we can also write. So let's add one more comma in the middle. We just say, for example, if you want same ID, you can type equal. Now I got one record, but if I want all the records where the ID is greater than 204, I will just change it to greater sign, refresh. Okay, we have only one record greater than 204, which is 205. Now let's add an equal sign also. Now let's go back, refresh. Now I got both of the records 204 and 205. You can write multiple where conditions as well. For example, let's delete, make it 203. Now, if I want to fetch all the records where the ID is 203 and where the ID is 24, I can also type or where, and I can type my 204 here also. So let's go. Now, as you guys can see, I got my 203 and 204 records. So if I come here, both of these conditions are made 203 and 204. So this is how we can write our conditions inside our query builder. One thing I forgot to mention at the beginning. So let's change this to first. Now, eh, when I type first, now when I write first in the browser, if you guys notice, it will give me a single object, which is the record. But if I type here gate and refresh, the type of my data will change from object to array. So it's right now it's an array with 4 items inside it. So if I even if I type here where ID is equal to 203. Now, this will bring one item, but it will bring it as an array inside an array. So, this is, as you guys can see, it starts with an array. But if I change this to first, this will bring only the object, not an array. Another thing, if you want to select a specific column, you can do that as well. So, in here, if I type dash select, then I have to specify the column name. So for example, I only want the ID and the name. Uh, Then let's save this. Let's go back. Let's refresh. Now I got only name and ID. Or if I only want the name, I can do that as well. So let's save. Let's go back, refresh. I got the only name. But if you want to select all the columns, you don't need to specify any column name. Just without the select, refresh the page. Now I got all my columns in here. Now let's see how we can update a record using Query Builder. So let's create a new method inside our students controller. So let's create a public function update data, and in here let's say db colon table. Now our table name, which is students, then after that our condition, for example, where id is equal to 203. Then after this we have to type update, and inside inside our update function, we have to create an array. Then in here, we have to specify our column, which column we want to update. So for example, let's open here to the 203. In here, I want to update the name. So I will type the name. So I want to update the name and the new value of the name. For example, updated name. Now let's save. Let's create a new route for this inside our web.php. In here, let's type route : get update data. Same thing that we did with the rest. We will do similarly for this one as well. We will type students controller class and our method name. Now let's go to okay, let's return something here so we can know it has been run successfully. So let's return updated successfully. Okay. Now let's go to our browser. Let's copy this from here. Let's go to our browser and change the URL. Enter. We got our text updated successfully. Now if I go to my database in here, let's refresh. So the name has been changed. We can change also the email and age as well. We can change multiple columns in the single function. So in here, for example, I will say the age should be 20 and the email should be, it's that email updated email at test.com. Now let's save. Let's go back, refresh. Updated successfully. Now let's go back to our database, refresh it. Now the email and the age are changed as well. Now in this part, we are going to talk about how we can delete a record from our database using query builder. So let's create a new method inside our controller. So let's type here public function delete data, and in here we have to again type same thing that we did for update. We have to type db : table. Then we have to type our condition for first let's type our table names. In our case students. Then after that our condition. So I want to delete the ID of 203. So I will type where ID is equal to 203. Then after that dash delete. Let's return something as well. So let's return deleted successfully. Now let's create a route for this one. So let's type delete data. Then same thing we did with our others. So I will call my students controller class and my method name. Now let's close this. Okay, let's paste it here. Now let's go to our browser and to this URL. Enter. Okay, let's save this. Let's go back, refresh. Okay, we got our message deleted successfully. Now if I go to my inside my database, refresh, there is no record with the ID of 203. We can do same with delete another record as well. Let's delete 200, or let's delete all records which are greater than with 203, whose the now this will delete all the records where the ID is greater than 203. So let's go back, refresh. Now let's go back to our database. Now in here, as you guys can see, I have only a single record where the record ID is less than 203. The rest, all of them has been deleted. Now, in this part, we are going to talk about aggregate functions using query builder. So in the background, I already added a new column inside my students table with the name of score and assigned each student a number. So we are going to do sum, max, count, all the aggregate functions with this column. So let's go back to our project, and inside our get data, in here we will do some aggregate function. First of all, let's count how many students or how many records we have. So let's remove the where condition and change the first to count. So this will give us the count of all the records inside our table. Now if I go to get data URL, so let's go to our browser. In here, let's say get data. Now I got 100. So in here, as you guys can also see, I have 100 records inside my table. So this is how we can get the count. If I want to get the, for example, the maximum or minimum scores in my table, I can do that also. Just in the state of count, I can type max. Then inside here, I will type the column name. So I want to fetch the maximum number inside the score column. So let's copy this and paste it here. Now let's go back, refresh. The maximum number is 98. If I come here and order by score descending. Now let's go here. So as you guys can see, the maximum number is 98. Now if I want the minimum number, in the state of max, I can type main. Let's save. Let's go back, refresh. The minimum number that the score column has is 4. Same. Let's remove this. Let's refresh our table. Now, as you guys can see in here, the smallest number is 4. Also, we can also get the average score. So by typing just AVG. Now let's save this one as well. Let's go back. Now the average score of all the students are 47.11. If you want more information about the query builder, you can always go to Laravel official documentation. So, and let's open Laravel website. Then let's go to developers, documentation, and in here we have database. Then you can select the query builder. In here you can get all the information that you want for conditions, advanced where clause, and all the information that you need for query builder. Now let's start with Laravel Eloquent. We have learned the query builder. Now we are going to start with Eloquent. We will see how we can add data, read data, delete or update our data inside our table using Eloquent. So let's start by adding our data using Eloquent. So let's comment this out. We don't need it now. This is for query builder. Now, for Eloquent, when you want to add a data using Eloquent, you have to create a variable. For example, item is equal to new your model instance. For example, I want to add a student, so I'm going to write a student model. So I'm going to use a student model instance. So I will type a student. Now remember that the VS Code will automatically add the class in the top, so you have to also add it. Then now let's come to our method add data. Then after that we have name, so I will type item name is equal to, let's add this. Okay, let's write here tester. And for again, we will, for email, we will say item email is equal to now tester@gmail.com. Then we have age, so I will say item age is equal to 25. Fine. Then date of birth, so again item date of birth is equal to 2010 0101. And we have gender, so item gender is equal to F or female. Remember that we also added one more column score, so let's add that one also. So let's add item score is equal to 66. And finally, now when all your columns are finished, then at the end you have to type $sign item or the variable name which you have initialized the instance of the model. So you will say save. Now let's go to our browser and call this method. So first let's go to our routes. We don't have to change anything inside the routes, only the controller. So let's go to this add data route, enter, added successfully. Now let's go back to our database, refresh our table. If we scroll down, as you guys can see, we got our record tester and tester@gmail.com. So this is how we can add a record using Eloquent. If you guys have noticed in here in Query Builder, we directly access the database table, but in Eloquent, we access our model. From model, then we will go to our database. So this is the difference between Query Builder and Eloquent. And Query Builder, you access the database directly, but in Eloquent, first you access the model, then the database. Now, let's see how we can fetch data using Eloquent. So let's scroll down to our get data in here. So let's comment this out. Now let's create a new variable with the name of item again. And this time we will call our model. So remember, whenever you are using Eloquent, you have to use the model name. So we will say is student. Then after that colon all. Okay, it's students. As you guys can see in here, I use all. This will fetch all my records inside the table. So let's see it in our browser. So let's go to get data. Let's go here. Enter. Now in here, as you can see, I got all my records. Everything is that inside my table. So starting from ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 up to the 100 and more. If I click this, I can see all other records as well. We can also specify the column names if we want. Similarly with that we did in the query builder, we can type select and we can specify the columns that we want to select, for example ID and name. Remember, in here we cannot use all, we have to change it to get. So instead of when you are selecting or doing any other thing, you have to change all to get. So now let's go back to our browser, refresh. Now I got ID and name only. And if I want to add any condition, so let's add a condition also where ID is equal to, for example, I want the ID of 55. Now let's go refresh. I got the ID of 55, one record. So if it's one record, I don't need to use gate, I can type first. So it will give me an object instead of array. Let's click this. Yeah, as you guys can see, I got the object. Since we are using where and first, and we are also filtering based on ID, so we can do one more good thing. Instead of writing this two line, we can just remove them, and we can type find, then we have to pass the ID. For example, in our case 55. Now let's go refresh. Now we only got our record as it was. So whenever you want to filter based on the ID or write where condition based on ID, you don't have to type where ID is equal to this. You can just type find, and in the background Laravel will search based on the ID. The good thing about the Eloquent is that it provides a lot of features for you. For example, let's say this is, I don't want to display student names even if the developer write it like this. So it's a, for example, name is a very sensitive data. I don't want anyone to see it. What I can do is to go to my inside my model, student model. In here I can type protected $sign hidden. Then I will create an array, and in here I will specify all the columns that I don't want anyone to see. In our case, for example, I don't want to display the name. I will just write the name in here, save it. Now inside my controller, even though I wrote the name to select, if I go to browser and refresh the name, there will be no name. Let's go. So right now I have ID and name. Now if I refresh, I only have the ID. Even if I remove this, it's remove this one also. Save. Now I am selecting all the columns, so it should supposed to display all the columns. But if I refresh, as you guys can see, there is no name column, because in the model itself I specify it as hidden. I can do multiple columns in here as well. For example, I don't want to display the age as well, so I will type age in here. Now if I go and refresh, the age will be also disappear. Now there is no age inside my object, only ID, email, created at, updated at, date of birth, gender, and score. So this is the beauty of using Eloquent. It will give you a lot of features which will make your life much simpler, easier. Now let's see how we can update a record using Eloquent. So let's go to our update data. Let's comment this out. In here, first thing that we have to do is to create a variable with any name you want. So I'm just going to name it item. Now in here you have to call your model. So student model, then colon colon. Now in here you have two options. Either you can use where ID is equal to, for example, 55, then first, or you can do find just 55. Both ways are normal. You can do any way you want, either to use where with the first or find. Both of them are same. Then after that you will have to type item, the same thing that we did in while adding. Then you have to mention the name and the value. So I want to change it to, for example, updated student. And if you want to change more columns, you can add them also. So for example, I want to change the age to 10. And if you want to add more columns, just write it. For now, in our case, I think it's enough. So I want to update it. So I will say item update. Let's save. Let's go to update. So let's go to our web.php. In here, let's copy this. Let's go to our browser and put it here. So enter, updated successfully. Now let's go to our database. Let's select here. We are ID is equal to 55. So now as you guys can see, the name and the age, both of them has been changed. So this is how we can update using Eloquent. First we have to create a variable, then assign it to the model, then we have to type our values, and finally we have to say update. This will update our record inside the database. Now, let's see how we can delete data using Eloquent. So let's scroll down to our delete method. Now, let's comment this out. Let's create a variable and set it to our model again. So we will say student find 55. Then there's an item delete. Now, let's go to our browser. Let's call this method, enter, deleted successfully. Now, if I go to my database, refresh, I got nothing, but there is a problem. Now, if I want to delete the same record again, let's see what would happen. I got an error that call to member function delete on null, which means that the user has been already deleted, it cannot delete. So to prevent this, instead of find, we can use in here find or fail. Now let's go back, let's refresh. Now I got 404 not found. This is the benefit of using find or fail. If it find, it will execute the next code. If it does not find it, it will give us 404 not found error. We can do one more thing in here to make it more simpler. Just remove this and chain all the functions together. So if let's delete ID number 56. Let's go back, delete it successfully. Now if I refresh again, 404 not found. So this is how we can delete, or we don't need this variable also. It will work. So let's delete 57. Let's go back, delete it successfully. 404 not found. So this is how we can delete a record using the Eloquent. Now let's talk about the conditions, specifically where conditions in our Laravel, how we can write our where conditions. So let's create a new method in here with the name of where conditions, and inside this let's create a variable, then set it to our student model. Now in here, if I want to fetch all the students where age is greater than 80 or they are older than 80, I have to type colon where, then my column name, which is age. After that, what I want, for example, I want the age should be greater than 18, and finally dash gate. This gate will execute our query. So let's create a route for this also, so we can access it using browser. So let's type out colon gate where conditions, and we have to call our student controller class and our where condition method. Now let's go to this URL. Okay, we have not returned anything, so let's return those items as well. Now in here in this list, as you guys can see, I got all the students where the age is greater than 80. I got 21, 21, 25. All of them are greater than 18, even 19, and up to the end. Now, if we want to add more condition, one more condition, for example, this time let's add a condition on the score and fetch all the students where their score is greater or equal to 50 and their age is greater than 80. So in here, before the get method, we have to type where score greater or equal to 50. Now let's save this. Let's go back, refresh. Now we got all the students. We have filtered all the students where the age is greater than 18 and score is equal to 50 or greater than 50. If I scroll down, all of them will meet that condition. Now let's go back to our database. In here, let's say a scenario. I want a student where age is greater than 80 or score is greater than 50. So right now we are doing and conditions. Now let's see how we can do or conditions. So our first condition, where age is 80, okay, but let's add one more condition. In here we want to say or where score is greater or equal to 50. So for or we have to type or where. Now this is will create an or condition. Now let's go to our browser, refresh. Now in here I got all the students where the score is greater than, sorry, the age is greater than 80 or the score is greater or equal to 50. So if you want to write an or condition, you can write it like this. Now let's consider a new scenario where you want to retrieve students with a score of at least 50 and whose age is either less than 20 or greater than 30. Let's see how we can handle this scenario. So let's comment this out. So first thing, let's create our items variable and call our student model. Then in here first, we will type our first condition, which is a score. We want all these students which have a score of 50 or greater than 50. So for that we will write greater or equal to 50. Then our uh, second condition was whose age is either less than 20 or greater than 30. So we are using both and or condition, both of them we are using in here. For that we have to write a new where condition. Then instead of writing our condition in here, we will type a callback function with a query as a parameter. Then inside this callback function, we will call our query and call our condition. So I will say age should be less than 20 or where age is greater than 30. Okay, let's add a comma here. We forgot. Now let's add a semicolon. And finally, at the end of our query, let's call our get function. Now let's go back to our browser, refresh. Now in here, I got all the students whose score is greater or equal to 50, but their age is less than 20 or greater than 50. So now we have the age and score. Now in here, as you guys can see, all their ages are less than 20 or greater than 30. So let's see, scroll down. Yeah. So I mean, let's find this record with the age of greater than 30. Do we have? Okay, in here we don't have, but let's change it to database. One of the ages. We don't have any record where the age is greater than 30. So let's add, for example, 45. Change this to 55, and this one to 99. So let's save. Now let's go back, refresh. Hopefully this time we have some record where the age is greater than 30. So let's scroll down. No, yeah, yeah. So finally we found a record, one record, two records where uh, the age is greater than 30. So this is how you can write your both your where, sorry, where and where all conditions together. Now let's see how we can retrieve all our students where age is between 18 and 25. So we will want to fetch all the students based on age, and we have a range of ages 18 at up to 25. So let's see how we can do that. So let's create our variable with the name of item is equal to a student model, then colon colon. Now in here, if you want to search based on the range, then we have a condition with the name of where between. Now the first parameter of this condition will accept the column name. So we will pass age, then the second parameter will accept an array. So we will pass the array, then we will type our conditions. So I want all the students where the age is between 18 and 25. So I will type 18 comma 25, and finally our get method. Okay, items. Now let's go back, refresh. Now in here all the students will show that have age of 18 up to 25. So you cannot find any student where the age is less than 18 or greater than 25. Similarly, if you want to fetch all the records or all the students where the age is not between 18 and 25, for that we also have a where condition. So let's comment this out. Let's put it here. Now in here I want to fetch all the students where the age is not between 18 and 25. So instead of where between, I will just type where not between. That's it. Now let's say, now come on, refresh. Now I got all the students either their age is less than 18 or greater than 25, but not in the range of 18 and 25. So we have 16, 15, 17, 12, and 45, 55, 99. But there is no student with the age of 18 and 25. Now, okay, we have learned that much. Let's comment this out. Now, suppose you want to fetch multiple students based on their ID. For example, you want to fetch 4 or 5 students based on their IDs. Instead of writing separate condition for each of them, you can write, you can fetch them using where n conditions. So let's go here. Let's create our items variable, set it to student, then colon colon. Now if you want to fetch multiple students or multiple record based on the single column, you have a where condition with the name of where n. This one also same as where between. The first parameter will accept the column name. So in our case ID, and the second parameter will accept an array of the ID. So in here we will pass an array, and for example, let's say we want to fetch this 5 students. So I will type the ID of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And finally our get function, save, let's go, refresh. Now in here I have 5 records with the ID of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Similar to our where between and we are not between, we have we are not n, which will fetch all the students except these IDs. So if I say go back to my browser, refresh, now it, as you guys can see, in it started with the ID of 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10 up to the 103 student. So if you want to fetch multiple students with the same column name, you will use where n, but if you want to select all the records except some records, you can use where not end. Now, in this part, we are going to talk about two new conditions in Laravel, which are where any and where all. So let's see an scenario. Now, I want to fetch all the students where age is 25 or the score is equal to 25. So to fetch these students, I have these options. First, the normal way where we create our variable and set it to student. Then we will type where age is equal to 25 or where score is equal to 25. Now get, if we go to our browser, refresh, it will fetch all the students where the age or the score is 25. So we have age 25, scroll down, this one age is 14 but the score is 25. Similar this one, this scenario. Now imagine if you have multiple columns where you want to search based on or condition. Instead of writing this way, we have a very nice way by calling where any condition. So we will say type our variable, then our model name, then after that we will type where any. Then this will accept 3 parameters. For example, the first one is the array, which will be type our column name. So in our case, first one is age and the second one is score. Then our condition and our value. So in our case, it's 25. Then we will type get and save. Now let's go. Let's just refresh. Now, as you guys can see, nothing has changed. Still, we got all our students where age or the score is 25. So age 25, score 63. Age 25, score 98. So let's find one score. Yeah, this one score is 25 but the age is 14. Even if you want to fetch all of the columns which are equal, so you don't need to type the equal sign also. Just by typing that your column names and your value, it will do the same. It will fetch all the records where the age is 25 or the score is 25. So let's scroll down with the score 25, age 14. Now another thing that I want to say mention in here. Now in this scenario, for example, if you want to search based on these columns and you want to use AND condition, or you want to like for example 3 or 4 columns and you want to use AND condition. For example, fetch all students where age is 21 and also score is 21 as well. So in normal way, what we do is we create our variable and call our model Then we will say where age is 25 and where score is also 25, or you can add, for example, the ID as well. So for example, ID is also 25, then gate. Now if we refresh, okay, we don't have, so let's change the ID 25 to meet our condition. So we have 25, let's change the score to 25 as well, and let's change the score to 25 as well. Now let's go back, refresh, we got our record, but instead of writing this that much, we have where and condition. So we will type items is equal to our model colon colon where, sorry, where all. And so instead of writing that many wheres, we have where all. Then similar to where any, it will accept three parameters. The first one is an array of our column name. So in our case, age, score, and ID. These all should be equal to 25. Now let's type gate. Let's go back, refresh. Nothing has changed. Still, we got our record. Same as where any. If you are using equal, so no need to write this. It's, it will still work. So let's refresh. We got our record where the ID and the age and the score equals to 25. In this part, we are going to talk about reusable queries or query scope. Now, imagine a scenario where you want to fetch all the student where age is 25 and or score is also 25 in multiple places. Then what we can do is just copy this query. For example, copy it, paste it there, and return it. Do this for 5 6 times, and in the future if you want to change it something, then you have to change it in all the places. For example, let's see it with a demo. For example, I want this query. Now in here I will call it bulk function query scope. Then I have to return this query, and if I want the same query in another method, then again I have to type the same method. For example, second query, and copy this, paste it here. Now in the future, if I want to change this 25 to 35, then I have to change it in all the places, in all the controllers, or anywhere I have used this query. To prevent this, we can create a query scope and call it in our controller. And in the future, if we want to change anything, we have to change it only in one place, then it will affect all the places. So let's see how we can build this query scope. First thing we need to do is to create a new method inside our model. So inside, I'm going to inside my student model. Then in here, I will create a new function. Public function. Then remember, this is very important part, that the name should start with scope. Then after that, your name. For example, I want to fetch all male students, so I will type male. Then you have to pass query as a parameter, and finally you have to return $and query, then your condition where gender is equal to male. That's it. Now if I go there, remove this two, and just type male in here, and also let's do it here as well. Now in here, it will only fetch those students where the gender equals to M. So let's create a new route for this too. So let's Now let's go to this URL. So let's open this. Now in here, as you can see, all the genders are M equal to M. There is no F inside these genders. And even if I go to this URL, so let's paste it here as well. Add. Now again I got male, all male students. So now if I want to add another condition, for me it's much simpler here to just type a new condition where age, for example, equal to 25. Now let's refresh. Now as you guys can see, the age is 25 and the gender is male. Same for all the students. Even and if I go to this route as well, in both of them the result is same. Now male 25, male 25. So let's create another condition for our female students as well. So let's type inside our model. So let's create a new method, public function scope female, then our queries. So let's copy this from here, paste it here, and change this to F. We forgot the parameter, query parameter. Now if we go inside our students controller, in here we have to just change the male to female. Now let's go back, let's go to our browser, refresh. Now I got all the female students where the age is 25. So here as you guys can see, F25, F25. So let's go back to our project. Let's go to our model. In here as you guys can see, I wrote two condition, male and female, and also age is equal to 25. We can also pass parameters to our query scope. So let's add here one more parameter and let's call this $ age. By default it should be 25. So let's add for our female students as well, age is equal to 25. Now instead of this 25, I have to just call my parameter age and in here as well, so age. Now we can pass the age as well. So if I go here, for example, I want all the female students where age is 35. So let's save this. Let's go back, refresh. Come, we don't have any student female. So let's see in our database. Gender female. Okay, 21. Let's call all the female students where the age is 21. It's save, refresh. Now in here as you guys can see, I got all the students, female students where the age is 21. So this is how we can create a query scope in our Laravel and use it or call it in multiple ways. Even if you change anything, it will affect all the places, so you don't have to change it manually. In this part, let's talk about soft delete or how we can temporarily delete a record in our Laravel project. So for that, we have to create a new column inside our students table. So let's add a new column. Let's clear everything from here, and in here let's type PHP artisan make migration. Now the name, add soft delete to students table. Enter. Migration has been created. Now let's go, and in here we have to type $table soft deletes. Now let's run this migration. Let's type PHP artisan. Okay, let's clear first everything. Then type PHP artisan migrate. Enter. Done. Now let's go to inside our students table, and at the end a new column has been created with the name of deleted add. This column will save the date and time of deleted record, on which date and time this record has been deleted. Now, to use this column, first we have to go inside our student model. So let's open our student model, and at the top in here we have to type use soft deletes. Now let's go to in our student controller, and in this, our delete data method. In here, let's delete. Okay, it's good. Let's delete the student with the ID of 1. So let's go to delete data. Let's delete that. Okay, let's check first. Okay, we have this record ID 1. Now let's delete this one. Deleted successfully. Now let's check our table. It's still here, and the deleted at shows the date and time which we have deleted this record. Now let's fetch all our records and see. Okay, get data. Okay, yeah. Okay, in here let's fetch all our records. So let's create items variable, and let's fetch all the students. Now let's go to this route, get data. Okay, come on. Okay. Now, as you guys can see, it did not bring the ID number 1. It started with the ID number 2. Okay, let's, as you guys can see, this 4, 5, it brought all the records except the ID number 1 because it has been deleted. If we want to fetch the deleted record, then in that case, we have to, let's comment this out. We have to type set items is equal to our model name, then only trust and gate. Now, if we refresh, as you guys can see, it brought only the deleted record. But if you want to fetch all the records, including the trashed one, including the deleted ones, so in that case, let's comment this out. And in that case, we have to type our model name colon colon with trashed and date. Now, if we refresh now, we will fetch all our records, even those which have been deleted. So as you guys can see in here, we got the student ID number 1, and in here student number ID 2 and 3. You can also restore this student. Let's see, let's go to our way. If you want to restore that student, so you have to type $, items is equal to your model name colon colon with trash. Then after that, find the ID which was 1. Then after that, restore. Let's save this. Now if we refresh, okay, we got 1 true, so it means it has been restored. So now if we check our database, the deleted add column as is null. Now if we fetch all our students, so let's comment this. Let's go back, refresh. Now the ID starts with 1, then 2, and finally 3. Now, if you want to delete a record permanently, then in that case, you have to use force delete. So, for example, let's create a variable here, our delete method. Let's keep this. We will do it inside here. Now, instead of delete, let's comment this. Let's say s2, then colon colon find ID by 1 and force delete. So this will permanently delete your record. So let's save this. Let's go to delete data, add it here, enter, deleted successfully. Now if we refresh our database, in here as you can see, the ID number 1 has been deleted permanently. Now that we have covered all the basic stuff in Laravel, it's time for us to create our first CRUD application so we can display our students, edit them, delete them, and update our students in our browser. To save the time, I have already created the CSS and HTML part of the project. So this, as you guys can see in here, the students index in here, I only have this CSS and just an HTML page with the table and an input button inside this. So we are going to dis- display this view to our users and list all our students in here. So let's go to our route. In here, first thing that we will do is to create a new route and call our controller method. So let's create a new route. So I'm going to create a new route with a prefix of students. Then I'm going to create a group controller. So I will type controller. Then inside here, I will call my student controller class, and I will going to create a group. Then inside this a callback function, and finally inside our callback function we are going to create our get method for our students and our index. These things, if you guys have not test, we have already covered in previous videos. If you have not seen, watch those videos first, then this. So let's continue. Now let's go to inside our student controller and create our index method. In here, let's type public function index, and inside here you are going to return a view which is located inside our student folder index.blade.php. So we will type students.index. Now if we visit our students, so let's go. In here we only have this header, this input button, and the header of our table, nothing else. So we are going to list all our students in here. Now for that, let's go back to our controller, student controller. Before returning the view, in here we will create a new variable with the name of, for example, students, and set it to student all. This will fetch all our students. Then I am going to pass this using compact function students. Now inside our students.index, inside my table, I will create a table body. So in here I will say table body. Then I will create a for each loop. So I will type add for each. Then my variable name that I am sending from the controller, which is, let's copy it from here, copy and paste. After that, as $sign is student. Then I will end my for each loop. After that, inside for each loop, then I will create a tr. So I will say tr. Then inside here, first my first column is my id. So I will say tb. Then this curly brackets, or I will open this curly brackets, and I will use this student, paste it here, then arrow key id. Now I have to do same for all of them. So let's copy this, paste, change id to name, paste again. So let's copy our column names. Then we have email, change it to email. After email we have age. So let's copy the age. After the age we have date of birth. So same thing we are going to do for date of birth. After that, gender. So let's do that also. So let's paste it. And finally, score. So score. Now let's go refresh. Now our students are here. Let's add our action buttons as well. So in here, let's create a new TD to display our action buttons. And in here, I will create a tag. For now, I will keep it empty and give it a class of edit button. And here edit. Let's do same for our delete as well. Change this to delete button and this delete. Save. Let's go back. Refresh. Now, in here we got the list of all our students in here with our action button and our edit button. So, to display all your data you will use inside your blade file, you will use for each loop. Then inside this for each loop, you would create your TR. Now that we are displaying the list of our students, so we also want our users should be able to search based on any column they want. So let's go and fix our search also. So let's go inside our project, and in here, this is my search div. So I will warp it inside a form. Let's move it, and I will set the action of this form to URL, then our own URL, which is the URL we are using to fetch the list. So let's copy it, paste it here. Let's set the method as well. So method, the method is gate. So the same thing that we used in here. So it's gate. We will set the gate in here as well. Then let's give our input ID and name as well. So ID is equal to search, name is equal to search as well. And finally, we have to change our button to submit. So we will say the button type should be submit. Now let's go to inside our controller. In the web. We don't change anything in the web.php. Only we have to change inside our students controller. So first thing that we have to do is add a request here inside our index method parameter request $request. Then in the state of all, we have to type when $request search. So basically in here we say whenever the request have a search variable, in that case do a condition or do a callback function. So we are going to use a callback function. So we will say function, and we will pass query as a parameter. Then inside this we will say return $query where any, and we will pass our list of our columns. So this type we want to search based on name, age, email, and let's say date of birth, and finally a score. Okay, we have added all these: name, email, age of date of birth, gender. Let's add the gender as well. So we will want to search based on these columns. And in the second parameter of my callback function, so sorry, in here we have to use the request as well. So we will say use $request. Now in the second parameter of when, we will say $request search. That's it. And at the end, let's add a gate function as well, so our query get executed. Now let's go to our browser, and in here let's search based on name. So I want to search this name, paste it here. Now I got my results. So the name is working. Now let's search based on email. So we will search this email, paste here, search. We got this one as well. Now this time let's search based on date of birth, paste. Yeah, we got this one also. Let's search based on the score as well. So let's do again. Now in here we have it's displaying as all the ages and scores which have 25 on them. So these are good. Now there's one small problem that when I search based on last name, if I add it here, search, it's not displaying anything because we are using in our condition is equal to. Now let's change it to like. So just we before the request search, before this we just have to type co- uh, like, and in here after before the request and after the comma we have to type percentage sign, then dot, and do same at the end as well. So now let's save, let's go back, refresh. Now we got our results. So now we our search is more advanced. It will search using like. So for example, I just want to search that much, click. Now as you guys can see, it's giving me the results. In this part we are going to talk about pagination. So in previous part we have created our table, and we are displaying all our students in here. Currently I have only 100 students, so let's remove this. It's just displaying all 100 students in here. Imagine if we had around 1000 or 2000, then the page will load very slowly. So let's see it in a demo. Let's add 1000 students in our database. So let's go to our database seeders and database seeder. In here let's add around 10,000 students. Now let's run the seeder. So let's type PHP artisan db colon seed, enter. It's adding data inside our database. Now the seeding is finished. Now let's open our database and refresh our table. In here, now we have more than 10,000 records inside our table. So let's go back to our browser and refresh. Now it it's trying to display all 10,000 students to us. So it will take a lot of time to load and display the records. As you guys can see in here, if when I scroll, it's taking too much time to render and display. So this is a very big problem. If we add more than 10, the page will hang. To prevent this, we have we have to create a pagination in our table. So let's go. First thing that we can do is come to our students controller in here, and in our query we have to change the gate to paginate. So we will type paginate. Then after that, inside paginate function we have to type the number of records that we want. For example, I want only this to display 10 records in each page. So I will save this. Now let's go to inside our view file is our index. After the table body and after the table itself, I will create a new div. So let's come here. Let's create a new div with a class name of pagination or any class you want. So I will just here pagination div. Enter. Now in here to display the page numbers, we have to type $ students, our variable name which we get from here. So let's copy this, paste it here. Then arrow key links, and inside this, o- okay, first we will keep it empty. Let's go to our browser, refresh. Now it's only displaying 10 records in here. As you can see, I'm getting 10 records out of 10,095 records. But the problem is that the style of this is not correct. Let's go back, and in here let's type pagination : then bootstrap -5. This will bring the pagination in bootstrap 5 stack. So now if we save, if we go here, refresh, now we got our pagination with the next and previews. To fix this, we have to also add the bootstrap 5 in our project. So let's add that as well. So let's type bootstrap 5 cdn. Let's go here and copy the CSS from here and paste it inside our layouts app.blade.php. In here I will paste this, save. Now let's go back to our browser, refresh. Now as you guys can see, it still needs some styling, but overall it's showing everything perfect. So we can go to and next page, we can go to another page, we can click next, and we can go back. So let's go back. So this is our pagination, but here we have a small problem that if I filter, for example, based on any column, like search, at first it will bring the table. Then when I change it the page, for example, I want to go to page number 5. So when I click again, it will bring all the record, all the pages without the filter. So for example, let's see one more demo. So let's copy this, paste it here, search. Okay, we only have this. Let's remove this one. Something that, okay, let's check 74. Okay, now in here we have 34 page, but when I go to next page, it will bring all the pages again, and it will remove the filter also. So let's fix this one also. Let's go inside our index. Now before the links, in here before this we have to type. So let's bring this down. Let's add the arrow key also. After our variable name, in here we have to type appends request and query. That's it. Now let's add our default value for our search as well. So let's type here value is equal to curly brackets, then request and search. That's it. Now let's go back. Let's refresh. Okay. Now let's search based on score. So let's type here 68. Now our default value is here. It's not deleted. Now if I go to other page, check here, keep this in mind that currently we have 14 page. If I go to page number 5, still we have 14 page. If I go to page 8, still 14. But if I delete the search again, now it's showing all the records, and again if I go to other page, it's showing the all records. So this is it for this part. See you guys in the next part. Now let's go and create a form to add a student. So let's go to our project. In here I have to mention one thing, that I already created this view, add view, which have a form. and only the HTML part, nothing else. So in this, after this, we are going to create all the Laravel part together. So first of all, let's go to our index.blade in here, and in here let's create a new link. So let's create a tag with class or add student button. Then in href of this, we will call our URL, which will redirect the user to add page. So for now we will keep it empty. Now let's type add a student. Now let's go to inside our web.php. In here let's create a new route with the type of view, and we will give them a add URL. Then we will say show students dot add view. Now let's add our prefix and our URL to our link that we just created in here. So students slash add. It's saved. Now let's go to our browser, refresh. The button is here. Let's click. Okay, this is the form that I created. Now we are going to create a submit, and how we can submit the data to Laravel. So let's go back here in the route. Let's create a new route first of all for our posting the data. So in here we will type route colon the method is post, and we will name it create. Then we will also create a new method inside our controller with the name of create. So let's copy this and go to our students controller. In here let's create our method. So let's type public function create, and this will accept request $request. Then in here we will create a new variable with the name of a student, and set it to new student model. Then after that, we have to list all our column names that we want to submit data to it. So let's copy them from here. So let's copy all the names from here. So we have name, email, age, gender, and score. So let's copy all of them from here and paste it here. Then let's type student. Now we have to set all of them to the request that we get. So we will say request and our input names. Okay, in here we have two genders we don't need, so let's delete one. And finally we will say student save, because we are creating a new record. Then we will say we have to redirect the student back to our index page. So for that we will say return redirect to student URL. Okay, so our controller is done. Just we have to attach this route to our form. So let's copy this two from student and create here. And let's go to our add. Then in the action of the form, we will type our URL like this. So we will say URL, then our prefix and our URL. So student slash create. Now let's save. Now let's go to our browser, refresh this page, add a data. So test, email test at gmail.com, age 20, mail, and score also 25. Click submit button. In here we got page expired. So for that, inside our add.blade, we just have to add CSRF. This will add a CSRF protection inside our form. So let's go back, refresh, add again test at gmail.com, age 20, score 25. Now let's click submit button. We have been redirected back to our student index, so it means it added successfully. Now let's go to the end of the page, and in here as you can see we have our record. Now let's go and fix our edit button so the user can edit the students. So let's go to inside our index, and in here also I have to say that I have already created the edit HTML part. We are going to use this view and we will do add Laravel code in here. So it's just HTML only, nothing else, as you guys can see. So let's go to our web.php first. In here, let's create a new route for our edit view. So we will say route : get, and we will give him a URL of edit, and we will pass the student ID. So we will say ID. Then we will create a new method inside our controller with the name of edit. Now let's go to our student controller, and in here let's create the method. Let's type public function edit and get ID in the parameter. Then create a new variable with the name of student and set it to student : find or fail $ID. Then we will return the view by typing return view student dot edit with, and we have to pass our student also. So we will type compat student. Now inside our index, in the href of our a tag, in here we will just pass the URL. So we will say URL and we will type student, which is the prefix in here, as you guys can see, then the edit, and finally our ID. So first student slash edit, then in the second parameter of the URL, the second parameter, we will type the ID of a student, which we can fix by typing student the arrow key ID. Now let's save everything from here. Let's go refresh. Now if we want to edit this user, so we just have to click the edit button. Okay, the view is not found. Maybe we students. Save, refresh. Okay, so this is our form. Now let's display the data in each field. So let's go and let's go to our edit view. In here, in the input of each of them, we will type the value by just typing value is equal to the student variable that we sent from the controller, then that column name, in our case name. Same thing for the, okay, we have to add the quotation marks also. Let's close this. Now let's do same for the email. So we will type value is equal to student email. For date of birth, again we will type value student dash day of birth. Now let's do for the score as well. Then we will do for gender. So let's add here value student score. Now because our gender is radio button, in that case, in here we can type just after the value, we will just check. So for that we will say $sign student gender is equal to M. In that case, we are writing a if condition, and if it's true, then check. Otherwise, just an empty string. Now we have to type same thing for female as well. So after the value, I will type, let's type here, if gender is equal to F, then check. Now let's go back to our browser, refresh. Now we got our data. So our data is displaying in here. Now it's time to fix the update button. So for this also we have to create a new route to pass our data to the controller. So we will create a new route with a type of post and we will name it update. And we will pass the student ID. So we will say ID, then you will create a update method inside our controller as well. So let's go to our students controller and in here we have to type public function update. Then we will say request $sign request and the ID of the student. Then we will create a variable and set it to our student model. So we will say student find fail and $sign ID. Then the rest everything is same that we did for the save. So let's copy everything for all the columns and paste it here. Just at the end we will say a student update. In the state of save we will just say update. And again we will redirect back to the student index. Now let's go to our edit form and add this URL. So let's go here and in the form, in the action, in here we will just type URL student slash update and in the second parameter we will pass the student ID. Now let's save. Let's go refresh. Okay, let's change this name to, for example, edited student email as well, edited, and change the gender to female, score to 50. Now click update. Okay, we forgot to add the age column. So let's add the age as well. So let's copy this and paste it here. Change this to age and all the emails to age. Save. Let's go back. Refresh. Now age is here. So again, edit. Change this to edit as well. Score to 50. Now let's update. Okay, it's been updated. Now let's go and check. Okay, as you guys can see, it has been updated, our student. Now let's go and fix our edit button so the user can be able to delete a student. So let's go to our index.blade. Let's close them and work this with a form. So in here I will type form and let's add it here. Then in the form we will type the action. So for now it's empty. So let's keep it empty. Then after action our method, so post, and after that let's add a style as well for this. So let's say a style display inline. Now let's type on submit. In here we will just display a pop-up to user to confirm the delete. So we will say return confirm and we will write our message. So are you sure you want to delete this student? Let's fix our delete. And after this we have to add our CSRF. So let's type CSRF because the method that we are in the route, the method that route type that we are going to use is delete. In that case we also have to type add method then delete. Let's actually we don't need it now. We just have to create a submit button. So we will type button type is equal to submit, and let's give him a class of btn danger and btn small button is now delete. So let's go here, refresh. Okay, nothing changed. Good. Now let's go and create our route. So in here, let's create a new route. So let's type route : delete student slash, or let's just call it delete slash the ID. And we will make a new method inside our controller with the name of destroy. So let's fix destroy. Let's go here. And in here, let's type public function destroy, and we accept request dollars and request, and we also accept the ID of the student. Then in inside this, we will again say $sign student is equal to student model : find or fail $sign ID, and finally delete. And we will redirect back to our index method. Now let's add this route to our delete form. So in here, let's type student slash delete, and in the second parameter, the student ID. So is student ID. Now let's go refresh. Okay, let's delete this student. Click the delete. We got our message. Click OK. Okay, it's redirected. Now let's check. Now it has been deleted. So let's delete the test as well. Click delete. Okay. Let's come back. Yeah, our test has been also deleted. In this part, we are going to talk about validations. So if we go inside our add student, first of all, let's go to our project and delete all front end validations from here. So let's delete all the required. Click save. Now let's go back, refresh. Okay. Now if I click the submit button, I will get an error which says the column name cannot be null, or any other column it cannot be null. To prevent this error, we have to add validation in our back end. So for that, let's go back to our controller, students controller, and in here in the create method, I am going to create a validation for our for. So for that, we have to type $sign request, then after that validate, and inside this we have to open an array. So let's add a semicolon at the end. Then inside this array, we have to type our column name that we want to validate. So in my case, I want to validate all the columns, so I will type all the name. For example, name should be required, and also it should be a string, and max should be 255. Now let's go for the email. So for the email, I'm going to type that it's also required, and the type should be email, and finally it should be unique for each student. So I will type in here unique. Then for the table name, I will type is students, my table name, in which is inside my database. So in here, this students table, this. So let's copy this and paste it here, and the column should be the email. Then in this case, it will check that the email has to be unique. Now for the age, I will say this is required, and this should be integer. I can also add main and max for that as well. So by typing main should be 1, and max age should be 100. For date of birth, I can type required, and this should be the type of this should be date. Now let's go to gender. So for gender, again required, and in the gender I'm only accepting M and F, nothing else. So and I will type N, then colon my value, so M comma F. Finally for score, so score should be required, and this should be also integer. Then for the main, I want it should be 0, and for max of this it should be 100. Now let's save everything. Then after this, let's go back to our add.blade. In here, I want to display the validations. So to display the validations before the section, in here I will type. So let's type here add if $ errors any. So it will check if there are any errors. Let's end this also, and if there are any errors, then in that case we will create a div with a class name of alert and alert danger. Then inside this div we are going to create another list, and finally we have to display the validations, all of them. So we will create a for each loop, and we will save % errors all, and as $error, let's end for each loop as well, and for each loop for each. Then let's create an list item and display our error. So we will say error. Now let's save everything. Let's go back. Let's go back here. Refresh. Click submit button. Now we got our validation messages in here, that the name field is required, email, all of them. These are the 4 Laravel messages. You can also add your own custom messages in this. So by going to inside our controller, in the first parameter we created the array of validation. In the second parameter we can type our error messages by just creating another array and writing our messages. So for the name required for validation, I will type name dot required, then I will type my message. So like please write student name. Same for any validations that you want to add a custom message, you can add it first. Let's add one more. For example, I will add a custom message for the age and for minimum validation. So I will type age dot or let's add for the let's add for the max, that's much better. So let's type age dot max, and my custom message, student cannot be older than 200. Let's save this. Let's go back, and in here let's change this to 200 and click submit. Okay, so the age should be 200. I made a mistake. The age should be 200 and this field is empty. Let's click submit again. Okay. Now in here for the age validation, I got my own custom message that says student cannot be older than 100, and also for the email dot name dot required, I got please write student name, which we have written in here. Please write student name, and student cannot be older than 100. Now let's go and create a form request so we can add all our validation inside that, because if we add all the validation in here, imagine if we have a big table and we add some logic and validations, all of them inside our controller, then it will become more complex to manage. So it's better to move the validation to another class and call it in here. So for that, we have to create a form request by opening our terminal. So let's open our terminal, and in the terminal, you have to type PHP artisan make colon request. Then give it a name. So I will name it student add request. Enter. It has been created. Now, if we go inside our app HTTP, in here we have a request folder, and inside this our student add request. Then in here, first thing that you have to do is change this false to true. Then after that, you just have to move this validations from here. So let's cut everything from here. So let's cut it from here and paste it inside our rules. So we will paste it here. Then for the messages, you can also create a new method. So for that, you have to type public function messages. Then inside here, you can return an array, and inside this, you have to add your own custom messages. So let's add it here. Now add a semicolon. So our form request validation is ready. Now we just have to call it inside our create method. For that, and instead of this first request, you will just type the name of your form request, which is student add request. Enter. It's added here. Remember that the VS Code automatically add this path to here. If your ID does not, you should add it. Now let's go save everything. Let's go to our browser, refresh. Oh, we didn't need it to refresh. Let's add our age, and for the email also some string. Keep the empty. Let's change the score also to 2000. Submit. Submit. Now we got our validation with our custom messages. If you want to know more about validation, then you can visit the Laravel documentation itself. So let's go. You have to go to developers documentation, then in the basic and validation. Now in here, if you go scroll down and click on available validation rules, you can see there are many validations rules that you can apply. So if you need more validations, you can come here and find the validation you want. Let's go to our project again. In here, if you guys have noticed, whenever I type something wrong, for example, let's add some wrong data in here and here as well. So whenever I click submit button, I get the validation error, but all my inputs are getting empty. Now I want to show my old data. So for that, I have to go to inside my Laravel project and inside my add.blade. Then in here, for each of my input, I have to type value is equal to old and the field name. So in this case, name. So in here we will type name. Now let's copy this and paste it in all of the input fields and change this to now for the checkbox. Instead of default check, I will type here old gender is equal to M, then check, else empty string. Now let's do same thing for the f or female as well. So let's add it here and change this m to f, and let's copy this for our score as well. Okay, everything is set. Now let's go refresh. Now let's add some fake data here. Let's add the gender wrong age, and gender f score is also wrong. Now let's click submit. Now I got my validation message, and also all the input fields have their old value. So this is how we can fix this by just typing old in the value attribute. Now in this part we are going to talk about file storage in Laravel. Right now we want to also upload our students table. So if I go to add student, in here I want to upload the student photo as well. So let's see how we can do it. First of all, let's create a new migration and add a new column inside our students table. So let's open our terminal, and in here let's type PHP artisan make migration and give it a name. So in here I will say add image to student table, students table, enter. Okay, our migration is created. Now let's go to database migration, newly created migration, and in here let's type table string. I'm choosing data type string because I'm just saving the path in the database. So that's why I'm choosing string, and I will call this image. Let's make it nullable as well, and in the down method let's drop the column. So let's type table drop column and the column name. Okay, let's run this migration. Let's open the terminal and type PHP artisan migrate. Okay, it's done. Let's close this. Now let's go to our add. In here let's create a field so the user can upload their inputs. Let's create under the score, copy, paste. Let's call it image, and the type is file. So ID and these will be also image. No need for a value in the input type file. In here we will say it should accept image slash all kind. Okay, let's go refresh. Okay, our input is here. Now let's go and create our controller. So in the controller, the first thing that I will do is to add a validation for the file upload. So in the student add request, in here let's go and create a new validation. Let's say we want image to be nullable, and the type should be image, and type of images we can type memes. Then we can say it should be PNG, JPEG, and let's accept the GIF as well. And I also want to add a maximum upload size to 2 MB. So I will say max allowed size should be 248 KBs. Okay, so this will only allow 2 MB images. Now let's go back to our student controller, and in here before creating our student variable, before this in the top I will create a new variable with the name of photo or image path. By default let's set this one to null, so null, and in here we will create a condition, and so we will say if request has a file, so as file with the name of image. In that case we want to set the photo path to $sign request file image, and we will store the photo inside our storage path. So we will say store, then we will type the folder name. For example, I want to store it inside photos and inside public. Okay, it's done. Now let's add the image path to our table as well. So let's create a new variable. Let's write our students, and in here we will say that image should equal to image path. That's it. Now, one thing I forgot inside the add.blade.php that we add to add in here, ink type is equal to multi-part form data. That's it. Now let's go and add a image, add a student with the image. So let's fill this form with the fake data. Now choose an image as well. So I will choose this thumbnail, click submit. Okay, we did not get any error. It means that the image has been saved successfully. So if we go inside our project folder, then if we go inside storage, app, public, photos, then in here we can see our image. So if I click it, we can see our image. Now to access this, we have to link our storage with the public folder. So for that, you have to open your terminal. Let's clear everything from here. And you have to type PHP artisan storage link. Now, if we press enter, our storage public folder has been linked with the public folder in our root directory. If you open this, there is a new folder with the name of storage and photos. Now, our storage folder app public, this one is linked with our public folder. So if you go inside our public folder, open, we have a storage, photos, and our image in here. Now let's create a new user as well. So let's add a new user, fill it with a faker, choose a file. So this time I will choose this one, submit. Okay, done. Now in here, as you guys can see, in both places we have two images, one from our first student and second for our second student, which we also have in here because both our storage and our public folder has been linked. Now let's see how we can display these images with the students inside our table. So let's go to our close this. First of all, let's go close them. Let's go to our index.blade, and for the ID in here, let's display our image. So in here, let's create a new TD, and in here, first of all, I will check that this student have an image or not. So I will type add if student image, then let's end the if. Then inside my if condition, I will say display the image with the source of, okay, let's ing, source of asset, then storage slash, and after that I will continue it with the student image. So let's save this. Let's go back to our browser, refresh. Let's go to the new students. Okay, we did not got our image. There is a problem. Let's go. Okay, let's go to controller. In a state of photopad, we have used photopad. So let's copy this here. Okay, now let's add a new student, fill, choose a image, submit. Okay, now let's go. Now we got our image. So let's adjust the weight as well. So let's go to index, and in here let's type the weight to 150. Now let's save, let's go refresh. Okay. Now as you guys can see, I got the student image, and even if I add one more image, one more student, I choose an image. Let's choose some other image. So all of this images. Okay. I will choose this image. Now let's click submit. Good. We got our validation that the image size is larger than 2 MB. Now let's choose a smaller image, sort them by size. Good. Okay, I think this one is better. Hmm. Okay, let's choose the smallest image we have. This one. Submit. Okay, finally it's submitted. Let's check. Yeah, we got our image. Now, let's fix our delete method as well. So whenever the user delete any student, it should delete the image as well. So let's go to our project, students controller, and in the destroy method in here, before that delete, so let's delete the delete part from the student. First fetch the student, then after that we will check if the images exist or not. So for that I will type a if condition. So if dorsal student photo, this will check that photo is not null. If photo exists in the table or photo part exists, in that case we will type storage disk public. So then we will type delete and the image path which we will get from the students table. So student image. Sorry, it's again my bad image. Now this is done. Let's add the storage as well. So storage, and finally we have to delete our student. So we will say student delete. That's it. Let's go. Now whenever a user delete the student, the image will also be deleted. So delete. Now let's go, and in here in our public storage photos, that is image is gone, it's deleted. Let's delete the other image as well. So let's delete the this one, delete. Currently we have 1 2 3 images. So okay, deleted. Now let's go. Now we only have 2 images, which are these. So this is how we can delete the image from our storage. From now, we are going to start a new topic, which is relationships. As you guys can see in here, this is my database structures where I have a students table. Let me zoom in. I have students table, users, teacher, classes, subject, comments, and grade table. All of them are connected with each other. So the relationship between the student and the user is 1 to 1, which means that each student can have only one user, and same for the teacher. Teachers can also have only one user. So it means that our users are two types, either they are student or they are teacher. Now let's go to our teachers table and classes table. So the relationship between our teachers and classes table are one to many, which means that each teacher can have multiple classes, and each class have only one teacher. Same for the classes and the subject. The relationship between the classes and subject is many to many, which means in one class there can be multiple subjects, and also one subject can be taught in multiple classes. That's why we have created this class subject table, which will hold the class ID and subject ID. If I zoom in a little bit more, now in here you guys can see I have class ID and subject ID. So our class subjects table is a pivot table between the classes and subjects. Now let's go to our subjects and students. So the relationship between the subject and the students also is also many to many, and they are connected by grades table, which means that each student can have multiple s- let me multiple subjects, and each subject can have multiple students, and they are connected with this pivot table, which the name is grades. And then let's scroll the in here we have another table with the name of comments. This is this table is used for our polymorphic relationship, which means students, teachers, they both can add comments, but instead of adding student ID or teacher ID, we have commentable type and commentable ID, which will just we will add the ID of the table and the name of the table, and we will create our relationship. So let's go here. So we are going to learn about one to one as one true, one to many has many true, many to many, and polymorphic relationships in the upcoming videos. Now, let's start with one-to-one relationship. If you, I open my database diagram in here, I have students and teachers. Both of them have user ID inside their table, which means that both of them have a single users in users table. So both student and a teacher have a user in the users table, and also for the users, either it's teacher or either it's student. So now what we are going to do is to fetch all our users with teachers and students. So for that we have to go inside our project and inside our app model, then users model. In here we have to create our relationships first. For that, let's scroll down and create a method to fetch the student. So for that we will type public function student, then after that we will type return dollar sign this has one, then the model name, in our case student model colon colon class, then the foreign key which is user ID, and if you want you can also type the local key. In our case it's ID, so no need to type this, we can remove this. And then we have to do exactly same thing for our teachers as well. So let's create a new method teacher, then return dollar sign this has one teacher model name colon colon class, then the foreign key user ID. And again, if you want, you can type the local key as well, or otherwise, in our case, because we are using ID as a local key, so no need for this. Now, to access this method, we have to create a controller. So let's create a controller for our users. So let's type PHP artisan make controller, user controller, enter. Now let's go to our users controller. In here let's create a method public function index. Right now I will just fetch all the users without the student and teacher. So I will create a variable all users, then I will set it to user model colon colon all. this will fetch all the users and I will return all the users. So for this method, let's create a route as well. Let's go to our routes web.php, and in here let's create a new route with a type of gay, and inside our user controller class index method. Okay, now let's go to our browser to this URL. So let's open it. Now I got all my users. Now to add the student as well in this, I have to type here. So let's go to the user controller. I no need for all. Let's delete this. In here, we have to type the with WITH, then the relationship name. So let's copy it from the users student and paste it here. Then after that, gay to execute our function. Now let's go refresh. Now all those user where the user type is teacher, the student is null. As you guys can see in all of them, the student is null. But if I scroll down to here where the user type is student, as you guys can see, I have a new object where it contains the name, email, age, date of birth of the student. And even if I open my table here, so let's open the students table here. This one, I have these columns: name, email, age, date of birth, gender, same thing that we have in here. Now to fetch the teacher as well, I just have to add a comma, then type the relationship. So in here, teachers, paste. Let's go refresh. Now I got my teacher data as well. So the user type is teacher and I have a teacher object here as well. Name, email, ID, created at and updated at. But if I scroll down in a student user, so user type student, in here I have the student, but the teacher is null. So let's open our diagram again. So we have successfully fetched the student and teacher with our users. Now let's do the reverse. So right now we are going to fetch all the teachers with their users. So in this case we will go like this. First we will fetch teachers, then the user. So let's go to inside our project, inside the teachers model, create the relationship in there as well. So teachers model. Now let's create a new method, public function user. Then in here, because we have a foreign key in here, user ID, and it's connected with the primary key of the user, so we will type dollar return $ this belongs to, then our model name, user class, and again the foreign key which is user ID. Now same as previous, if the relationship is not between foreign key and primary key, it's between foreign key and any other column, you can specify it in here as well. For example, ID. So right now it's ID. I don't need to type the ID. Now let's go back to our users controller. In here, let's comment this out. Now, first of all, let's fetch all the teachers. So teacher all, and let's return that. Now let's refresh. Now in here I got all the teachers. To fetch the users as well, I just have to do exactly same thing I did with the users. I have to remove the all and type with the relationship that I want. So in our case, in user, now paste it here, then gate Now let's go refresh. Now I got my user as well. So all the teachers with their users ID and name. Now let's go and fix our students as well. So let's do exactly same thing in for our students as well. So let's scroll down in our student model and create a new function with the name of user. Actually, this name is completely up to you. You can give it anything you want. So to be clear, I am just using user. So let's type return $sign. This belongs to then user model colon class and the foreign key, which is again the ID. So let's save. Let's go to user controller, comment this out, and let's type here all students is equal to student model colon all. Actually, we already know the all, so let's type with user and let's return our all students as well. Let's go refresh. Okay, we forgot the get function here. Now I got all the students with their user object as well. So the student ID is 1 and user ID is 11. In here, I can also see the ID is 11 and the user type is student as well. So this is how we can create our one-to-one relationships in Laravel with the help of belongs to and has one. Now, let's cover one-to-many relationship. We, we will cover has one true and has many true in the upcoming parts. For now, we are going to cover one-to-many relationship. So, if I open my database diagram, in here I have a teachers, classes, and a student. Each class can only have one teacher, but each teacher can have multiple classes. So that's why we created a relation of one to many between teacher and classes. Same in one class, we can add multiple students. So the relationship between classes and student is also one to many. That's why we added the class ID inside our students. So let's go to our model and fetch all the teachers with the classes. For that, first thing that we need to do is to create the relationship between these two inside the teachers model. So let's open teacher model. So let's go to app model, teacher model, and in here let's create a new relationship by typing public function classes. Then inside here we will type the $10 and this has money, then the model name, which is classes in our case, after the colon class, and the foreign key, which is teacher ID. Uh, And it's also defined in here in my classes table, teacher ID. So if you want, you can also add the local key, which is ID. So we don't want to type this because we are using it based on ID. So by default, it's ID. No need for this. Now let's go to inside our teachers controller and add this relationship so we can fetch all the teachers with the classes. So let's go to HTTP controller, teacher controller, and in here we already have our index method which fetch all the teachers. So let's delete the all, and instead of all we will type with our relationship name, which is classes. Let's copy this and paste it here, and finally add our get function to execute the query. Now let's create the route for this as well. So let's go to web.php and copy all of them, paste it here, change student root. teacher and the controller also to teachers controller. Let's save. Let's go to teachers in the URL. Now we got all our teachers with the classes that they are assigned to. So this teacher have 3 classes. As you guys can see, 1, 2, and 3. So this user, this teacher have, this one also have a 3 classes. So let's see, this one have only 1 class. So if I open it, I have the teacher ID, the class name, and the description. Now let's go and create the relationship between the classes and the students, so we can fetch the classes with the students as well. So for this, let's go to classes model. Let's go to classes model, and in here let's create our relationship. So let's type public function students, then return $sign this, and because it's also one to many, that's why we are going to type has many, then the model name, which is student. So we are going to call our student colon colon class, and finally the foreign key, which is class ID. As you guys can see in here, this is the foreign key class ID. So I wrote it here. Now let's go to the classes controller. So let's go, here is the classes here. Let's create the index method here as well. And in here, let's return all the classes with the relationship of students. So let's copy the student relationship method name from here and paste it here. And finally, let's add our get method. This is done. Now let's create a route for this. So let's copy this, paste it here. Let's type classes. Okay, now let's go and check this one inside our browser. Okay, sorry, classes controller. Now let's go refresh. Now we got all the classes with the students that are assigned with them. So now we got all the classes. This class, as you can see, this is the student of this class. So this one have how many students? 1, 2, 3, 4 students, and this class have 1, 2, 3 students with the teacher ID of 8. So let's go and get the teacher as well. So right now we got the students using the classes model. Now we want to fetch the teacher as well using the classes model. So let's go to the classes, and in here let's type public function teacher. So in this case, it's reversed because each class have one teacher. So in that case, we will type return $sign this belongs to, then the model name, which is teacher colon colon class, and teacher ID. Now, if we go back to the classes controller, and in here, if we type the relationship name, which is teacher, so let's copy this from here and paste it here, save. Now, let's go and refresh. Now, I have both the student and the teacher of this class. So in here, as you guys can see, this is the students which have two students and one teacher. So same for this class, we have teacher, we have all the students as well. Now one thing remaining in here is for us to fetch all the students with the classes. So for that we have to go to student model and create a relationship between the student and the classes. So let's go to student model. So let's go here, and in here let's create the relationships. So public function classes, eh, sorry, class, because each, okay, let's name it class name, because each user, each student belongs to one class. So class name, then let's type return $sign this. Now in here we have the class ID. So this class ID, we know that this class ID belongs to the classes. So in that case we will type belongs to, then we will type the model name classes and colon colon class, then the class ID. Now let's go to the students controller and call this relationship. So let's go to students controller. So here, and let's in the student, okay, we have this condition. Let's for now, let's comment this out. Let's type return a student. So return a student with the classes name, and finally our get method. Now let's go to web and let's copy this, because it will execute our index method inside our student controller. So let's add it here, enter. Now we got all our students with their classes. So in here we have this student with a class of this class, and description of the class is this. So we have successfully created the relationship between the teachers and classes with the students, and also reverse students classes and classes teachers. So this is how we can create our one-to-many relationship using has many, and in the reverse we will use the belongs to. Now let's start with many-to-many relationship. If I open my database diagram, in here I have classes, class subjects table and subjects table. It means that each class can have multiple subjects, and also vice versa. Each subject can be taught in multiple classes. So the relation between these classes and subjects is many to many, using class subject table as a pivot table. So let's go to classes and fetch all the classes with their subjects. So let's go to classes model. Let's open the classes model, this one, and in here let's create a new relationship. Let's type here public function subjects, then inside here we will type return $this belongs to money. Then after that we have to type the model name. So in our case it's subject model, so subjects colon colon class, then the pivot table name. So if I open, this is the table which connects both these tables. So class subjects, I will type this class, class subjects. Then I have to type the foreign key for my classes. So if I open this one, in here the foreign key for classes is class ID. So I'm going to type this one. So let's type class ID. Then I have to type the related pivot key. So the second or the subject table foreign key. So if I open this, the related foreign key is subject ID. So I have to type subject ID in the fourth parameter. So let's type subject ID. Now if I go to classes controller to fetch this, so let's go to classes controller, and in the index method, in the state of student and teacher, let's call the subject. So in here let's type subjects relationship. Now let's go to this route and open it in the browser. So classes index. Now let's open this. Okay, my XAMPP is not on. Let's turn it on. Let's refresh. Okay, now in here it load all the classes with the subjects. If you see it here, I have two subjects in this class. If I open them, I have this subject, and if I open the pivot table, in here it will display the class ID and the subject ID. So the class ID is 1. Here also we have 1, and the subject ID is also 1, and we have 1. If I scroll down, this is the last class. In here the ID is 20 and it have 3 subjects. So if I open this one and the pivot table, now the class is 20, same ID, and the subject is 5, same this one. So to connect with the pivot table, we can use belongs to money and Laravel. Let's see with this one with another demo. So if I scroll here, I have subjects, grades, then students. So each student can have multiple subjects, and each subject can be taught to multiple students, and they are connected with the grades table. This is a pivot table between the student and the subject. There is one more thing, that I have a grade column. So let's go to students table and get all the subjects with their grades. So let's go to student model first. Let's open the student model, and in here let's create a new method. In here let's type the public function subjects, then return $. This belongs to money. Then the model name, which is in our case, it's subjects colon class. Then the pivot table name. So in our case, it's grades. Let's type here grades. Then after that, the foreign pivot key. So in here, if I come, I have a student ID. So I'm in the student model. So I will type the student ID first. So student ID. Then after that, the related pivot key. So the subject pivot key is. In our case, it's subject ID. Let's type subject ID here. Subject ID. Now let's save this. Let's go to student controller. And in here, let's call the subjects. In the state of class name, subjects. Now let's go to this route. So let's open the web.php and call this method. So let's go to students. Okay. So now this student have 2 subjects, 1 subject and 2 subject. Both of them are here with the pivot table. But if you guys have noticed, there is no grade column, only the student ID and the subject ID. So if I want to display this grade also, in that case, in the student model, after my belongs to, I will write call another function, which is with pivot and my column name. So great. Let's save this. Now let's go back, refresh. Now, if I open the subject, then pivot table, in here I also have the grade column as well. In here, okay, let's open this one, pivot, grade. I have the grade also. Even if you want to bring the time stamp as well, you can do that also by just typing with time stamps. Now let's save. Let's go refresh. Now let's open this. So in here right now I have the student ID, subject ID, grade, and also created at and updated at. So this is how you can define your many relationship using a pivot table in Laravel. Now in this part we are going to talk about has one true and has many true relationships in Laravel. So let's open our database diagram. In here I have a student table where each student is enrolled in a single class and each class have a single teacher. So right now I want to fetch the students with their teacher. So I have to call the student and connect it with the classes so I can fetch the teachers. So let's go to a database and inside the student model, in here let's create a new method for our relationship. So let's type public function teacher. Then inside here I will type return $this has one true. Then I have to mention the model we ultimately want to retrieve. In our case, it's the teacher. So I want to fetch that teacher. Let's type in the first parameter the teacher's model. So teachers colon class. Then we have to type the intermediate table. So in our case, the table between the student and teacher is the classes. So we are going to call this model is type it like this. Let's brew this down. So let's type here classes colon class. Then after that, we have to mention the primary key of the intermediate table. So in our case, the primary key of the intermediate table is ID. The primary key of the class is ID. Then comma in the fourth parameter, we have to mention the primary key of the teacher's table. So the first primary key of the class, then after that the primary key of the teachers. So this is also ID. So let's type the ID as well. Then we have to type the foreign key of the students table which connects student with classes. So the foreign key which connects the student with the classes is the class ID. So we are going to type the class ID, and finally we have to type the foreign key which connects the classes with the teacher. So in that case, it's teacher ID. So let's type that also in our case, teacher ID, teacher colon ID. That's it. Let's add the semicolon, save this. Now let's go to students controller and inside our index method, instead of subject, I will fetch with teacher the same name that I gave here. So let's add it here. Let's save. Now let's go to students inside our browser. Okay. So in here it fetch all the students with their teachers. So in here as you guys can see the class ID is 5 and in here we have one more column with the name of Laravel true key which is 5. So this student and this is the its teacher. As you guys can see all the students have a single teacher. So we have successfully fetched the teacher using the students. Now let's fetch all the teacher with their students through the classes table. So for that we will use the has many true relationship in Laravel. So let's open the teachers model first. Let's open this and in here let's create a new function for our relationship. Let's type public function students, then inside here let's return $days has many true. Then after that we have to mention our last table that we want to fetch. For example, in our case we want to fetch the students using the teacher, so we want the students. Let's type student model student colon class. Then we have to type our intermediate table. So in our case, again, the intermediate table is classes. So we will call this one. So let's type classes colon class. Then the foreign key in the intermediate table. So the foreign key in the intermediate table is teacher ID. Now let's type teacher ID. And finally, the foreign key to students tables that connects classes with students. So in our case, this is the foreign key class ID. So we have to mention that. So let's type class ID. Now let's done. Now let's go to teachers controller and call this relationship. So let's open this, and instead of classes, I will type students. Same thing that we wrote in here. Now let's go to web.php and let's save them. Okay. Now let's go to web.php, copy this and let's open this in the browser. So let's open this. Now in here, I got all the teachers with their students through classes table. So if I open this one, I have my teacher, then all the list of the students in here. So this is how we can make our one, two, where is it? Teachers model here. Our has many true relationship. Now in this part we are going to talk about polymorphic relationship. So what is polymorphic relationship? Let's open our database diagram. In here I have a students table where I store the students image. So in here I have images. Now I want to do same for the teachers as well and for subjects as well. So I have to add an extra column for subjects and for teachers as an image to save the images path inside them. This will give me one problem, that for each of them I will only have to store a single image and add extra column in both of them. Now, if I want to store multiple images for students, teachers and subjects, so I have to create a separate table for each of them. To prevent this, I will create a single images table and store all the images inside that table with the model path. And whenever I want to fetch that image, I will just give the model path and the ID of the model. Then I will fetch from that table. So let's see that with that demo. So let's open our project and in here let's create a new model. So let's type PHP artisan make model, then give it a name of images and create a migration controller as well. Now let's go and create that migration first. So first we want the path of image. So in that case, I will type here path, and after that we want to store the information of polymorphic relationship. So for that we have to use morphs, and inside here we have to type our morph's name. So in my case, I will type image. Now this will create two columns inside my database, this morphs. The first column will be imageable and the second column will be imageable type. Sorry, the first column will be imageable ID and the second one will be imageable type. Now let's run the migration. So let's clear this and run the migration. Now let's go to inside our database. In here I have a new table with the name of images. If I open it, I have these columns inside it. One is path, which we have defined in here, and another one it's our imageable type and imageable ID, which both of them have been created using Morse function. Now it's time to set up our images model also. So let's go to set our model, images model, and in here let's create a new functions. Let's type public function, and the name of this function should be exactly same thing that we wrote in the migration. So let's copy this and paste it inside the model. So let's paste it here. Then inside this you will type return $this more 2. That's it for the model. Now let's go inside our student controller and add a new student with the image. So let's go to our inside student controllers, student controller. Now in the create we have image path. So right now we don't need the image. Let's comment it out because we are going to store the image inside our images tables. Let's save this. Now let's create a new variable with the name of images and set it to new image model. And then let's save the image path. So let's type images path is equal to the path that we take from here. So let's copy this and paste it here. Then we have to set the imageable ID. So let's type imageable ID is equal to the ID of the student. So we will can get the ID using the student variable. And finally for the imageable type we have to type imageable type is equal to the student model. So we will say in here student class. That's it. Now let's save this by typing images, save. Now let's go and add a new student. So let's go inside our student in here and add a new student. Let's fill it with fake data, choose an image. Okay, for example, I will choose this one. Open, submit. It has been saved. Now, if I open the images table in here, save. In here, the path has been saved and also the model path and name is saved inside imageable type, and the ID of the student have been saved inside imageable ID. Now, let's see how we can fetch this image. So let's first of all we have to create the relationship in students model as well. So let's go to a student model, and inside here let's create a new function. Let's type public function images, and inside here we will type return $this more money. Then in the first parameter we will type the images model. So images class, and finally the same name that we gave in the migrations we will type in here also. So let's copy this and paste it in here. Now let's save. Now let's go back to student controller inside the index. In here just we will type. So let's fix this. To fetch the images we will type same thing that we wrote for other relationships. We will type where and the relationship name images. That's it. Now let's go to student index, and inside here that we displayed our image. So here first thing that I will change is, since we are using money. So in here, if you guys can, we are using morph money. It means that it bring an array. So first thing that we check here is to count the images. So let's check if count of student images greater than 0. In that case, display the student images. So I want to just display the first image. So that's why I will type first. And which column I want to add here? The path. So let's type the path here as well. So path. Now let's say, let's go back to our students in here in the browser. Let's refresh. Let's go to the see the last student, and we did not get anything. Let's check. Let's go to our project. Student. Here we have to type images. Okay, now let's refresh. Now, as you guys can see, I got my student image in here. So let's recap everything that we did in this video. First of all, we have created a migration with this column imageable. Then after this, we have run our migration, and inside the images model, we wrote this method so we can connect, tell the Laravel that this table has a polymorphic relationships. After that, inside the student controller, we have added our image using this code, and also in the student model, we have added the relationship of polymorphic like morph money. Now, in this part, let's see how we can do aggregate functions in our relationship, how we can use max, min, sum, average, these kinds of function with our relationship. So right now I am returning a student with their teachers. If I open the browser, it refresh, here is the list of all the students with their teachers. Now I want to fetch the grades as well. So for that, just we will type with grades because we have already defined this relationship. Now let's save, go refresh. Now we got the grades of each students as well. Here I have this grades, this will have 3 grades. Now if I want to get the count of these grades, how many grades each student have, for that we have a function which is called with count. Then we will pass the relationship name. So in our case, it's grades. Now let's save, let's refresh again. Now this student have a grade count of 0, which means it does not have any grades. Here it's empty, but this student have a grade of 3, which means this student have 3 grades. So 1, 2, and 3. We can also fetch the maximum or minimum of the grade. So in here, this is subject have the grade of the value is 2, this one is 7, and this one is 0. So if I go in here and type with max, then the relationship name, in our case grades, and after that the column name in which we want to fetch the maximum value of that. So again, grade. Now let's save. Okay, let's delete the teacher from here. So it will, we don't need it. Now let's go refresh. Now our first student have max of null, but the second student, the maximum grade is 7. So if I open the grades, in this one is 0, this one is 7, and this one is 2. So the maximum is 7, which is showing in here. Similarly, we have the main weight main, which will fetch the minimum grade. So grades, then the column name, grade, save. Let's go back, refresh. Now we also have the minimum grade. So the minimum is 0. Now this one, if you want, you can also sum all the grades as well. So by typing with sum and grades, then the column name grade, save. Now it will sum all the grades of each student. So in here the sum of the grades is 9. So 0 plus 7 plus 2 equals 9, which is in here. Or if you want to fetch the average of the grades, you will just type with average avg, and same with like others, the first the table name, or sorry, the relationship name, then the column name, save. Now let's go refresh, and in here if I scroll right now, I also have the average value of the grades, so it's 3. So this is how we can do our aggregate functions with relationship in Laravel. Now let's start with a new topic, which is Laravel authentication, which will help us to create our login and registration form. So in Laravel, there are multiple options to create login and registrations. The first one is Laravel UI, then we have Breeze, Fortify, and jetstream. If you are using bootstrap, then for you the best option is the Laravel UI, because by default it uses bootstrap for front end option. But if you are using Livewire or Inertia.js or Vue or React, then you have to go with Laravel Breeze. By default, the front end options, it provide these options for you. Then we have Laravel 45, which only creates your back end. It does not create any front end for you, so you have to create your own front end. And finally, we have Laravel Jetstream. This will also create the front end and the back end of your application using Inertia.js, Vue, or React. Laravel UI will generate basic odd views and routes using Bootstrap, and Laravel Breeze will generate minimalistic or scaffolding style with Tailwind CSS, and Laravel JetStream create advanced features like two-factor authentication, session management, and theme support. And the style is also based on Tailwind CSS. In the coming videos, we are going to cover all of these. Then you have to choose which one is perfect for you. Then you can select that authentication package for you. Now, let's start by installing the first package, which is Laravel UI, which use Bootstrap for authentication. So let's open our project, and in here, first thing that we have to type is composer require Laravel/UI. Enter. Now let's wait until the installation is finished. Now that the installation is finished, then I have to type, let's clear everything. I have to type PHP artisan UI bootstrap -- enter. Now it's asking me that the layouts.app.blade is already exists. So in here I have already created a layout for my project. If you want to keep your old layout, then in here you have to type no. Otherwise, if you want to replace it, then you have to type yes. So in my case, first thing that I will do is to replace the, sorry, rename my old layout. So let's type it old. Now in here I will just say yes, enter. Now again it's asking me that the controller.php file is already exist. That's true, and we have not written anything in here. It's completely empty. So I want to replace this one. I will type yes, enter again. Now everything is done. Now if we run let's clear. composer run dev, it will run npm run dev run com php artisan serve. So this will run both of these commands. So let's run, enter this. Okay, we got an error. Let's type npm and install, enter. Okay, done. Now let's type composer run dev, enter. Now let's go to this URL, open this one. Now our view is the CSS are not here and our view is like this. So we have to go to inside our welcome.blade.php and comment this if until else and end if as well. So let's comment this one as well. Save. Let's go back. Now the view is perfect. We can register, or also if you don't have any if you already have an account, you can log in. So first let's register. So let's type something here, admin@gmail.com. Sorry, the name is admin, email admin@gmail.com, password some, register. Now our application have a authentication, so we can log in, log out, register or something. So let's log out and click login. Let's type admin@gmail.com and the password as well. Login. Now it's working. Now if we go to our student is showing. So we just have to fix our layout, or in the student we have to use our old layout, and in login registration we have to use bootstrap, or other vice versa. In the previous part we have installed Laravel UI with bootstrap. In this part we are going to install Laravel Breeze in our application. So let's open our application. In here I have already undo all the changes that I did with the Laravel UIs. Now we are going to install the Breeze. So one thing that I have to mention, install Laravel Breeze in a freshly installed Laravel application. In here I already have some codes in my Laravel project, so it will get replaced in the web.php. So before that we have to copy this if you need your code. So let's start by installing the Breeze. Again, you have to install Breeze in a newly installed Laravel project, not an existing one. So let's start by typing composer require Laravel / Breeze -- dev. Enter. Now let's wait for the installation to finish. Okay, the installation is finished. Now we have to type PHP artisans. So let's clear it first. Now let's type PHP artisan breeze : and install. Now it's asking us which breeze stack we would like to install. So in my case, I like Blade. So I will type Blade in here, enter. Would you like dark mode support? Yes. Which testing framework do you prefer? So for now, we will just say paste, enter. Let's wait. Okay, the installation is finished. Let's clear this. Now we have to type PHP artisan migrate, enter. After that, npm install, enter. And finally, everything is set. So for at the end, we will type composer run dev. This will run npm run dev and PHP artisan serve both commands. Now let's go to this URL. Okay, so our package Laravel Breeze as install. We can log in, register. So let's register, and in here let's give him a name for, like, for example, tester at gmail.com. Let's give him a password, register. So we have successfully registered. Now we can we can see our dashboard. Even if we want, we can see our profile as well. And we can update our name and email. Even we can change our password. Or if you want, you can delete your account as well. So this is how we can install Breeze in our Laravel application. Now, let's start with Laravel Fortify. This is the only authentication and package in Laravel which only creates the back end. So the front is all up to you. It will only generate the back end codes, and you have to create the front end. Now, let's go and install this in our Laravel package. Let's open our project, and in here let's type composer require Laravel slash fortify. Enter. Okay, so the installation is finished. Now we have to publish the vendor file. So let's clear this and type PHP artisan vendor colon publish. Enter. Now in here select the Laravel Fortify, this one, Laravel Fortify service provider. So in my case, it's 5. Let's type here 5 and enter. Done. So now if I run PHP artisan serve and go to this URL, I don't have any login and register buttons. I only have this dashboard, and that's also not found. So this Fortify only generate the backend code. For example, if I come here, so let's fix this. Okay. Now in my app folder, there's a new folder have been created with the name of actions, and inside this another folder with the name of Fortify. In here I have create user action, password validation action, all the actions that are required for login and registration. You can find it in here. Also, one more thing that in here, it also created a new migration which adds two-factor secret in my users table, and also it have a down method. So after the installation, then you have to run PHP artisan migrate. Enter. Then it will run your migration. So because I have already added, that's why I get this error. Otherwise it will run your migration. Then you have to create your own login and registration views. Now let's install Laravel jetstream. So let's open our project, and in our project in here, let's type composer require Laravel slash jetstream. Enter. Then after that, we have to type PHP artisan jetstream colon and install and enter. Then you have to choose your stack that you want to use, view with inertia or livewire. So I am going to use livewire. So I will type livewire, enter. Now, would you like any optional features? So I will say I need dark mode. For that, I will just type dark, enter. Now for testing framework, I will choose paste 0, enter. Now let's wait until the installation is finished. Now it's asking us that there are new migrations file. Do we want to run migration? So we will say yes, enter. Okay, it's done. Let's clear everything. Just run npm and install just in case. Okay, now compose. Let's clear this. Composer, run, dev. Enter. Okay, now let's go to this URL. Now my login and registration buttons are showing inside my welcome page. So let's click register, and in here let's register as an admin, then admin@gmail.com, password, confirm password, enter. Okay, we have successfully registered. Now we can see our dashboard. So in here, this is our dashboard. And if I go to my profile, in here we can see our name, email, and we can also update them. Also, we can change our password. And if you want two-factor authentication, you can enable that as well. This is the beauty of JetStream, that it supports two-factor authentication. Another thing, browser session, and finally if you want, you can delete your account as well. So for that, let's confirm our password as well. Delete account, done. So this is how we can install JetStream in our Laravel application. Now let's talk a little bit about authentication and authorization. In the previous part, we have created our login and registration part. That's our authentication part, which we type our username or email and password to log in inside our system. That does the job of the security guard inside a school management, where it the security guard check our ID cards to verify uh, that we are the ones, we are the employee, student, teacher of this school. If we are not the member of the school, then it will redirect us back to the registration page, which will tell him to first register, then enter. So that's the authentication, which will authenticate that you are the one who you are claiming to be, or in our case, you are the student, teacher of this school. Now, for in the authorization part, what is authorization? Now, imagine you are a student in a school. You have entered inside a school using your ID card. Inside the school, you are allowed to visit some parts, but you are not allowed to visit some parts. For example, some places are specifically for the teachers. Only teachers are allowed to enter in that area. The students are not allowed to enter in that area. For example, in here you guys can see this security card is not allowing the students to enter inside teachers area. So this is the job of authorization, to check are you authorized or are you allowed in that section of the system or not. If you are allowed, like this teacher, then it will allow you to enter. Otherwise, it will redirect you back to another page, or from where you came back. It will send you back to that part. So that's the job of authorization. Now we are going to start with a new topic, which is middleware in Laravel. In the previous videos, I have already covered this flow chart of Laravel command flow, where the user sends a request, the request goes to the routes, and from the route it will go to the controller. Then from controller, using the model, we will save our data inside our database, or we will fetch data from the database. Then we will return the response or the view back to the user. Now, using the middleware, we are going to check the request that is coming from this user. Is this user authorized for this action or not? If the user is authorized, then we will follow this flow. Otherwise, we will return back to the user. For example, in here we have a middleware in between the user request and our route. So when the user sends a request in the middleware, we will check that is this user authorized or not. Basically, the middleware will work like a gate. If the request is authorized, then it will continue. Otherwise, it will return back to the user, or it will block the user from accessing that route controller or that action. Basically, there are three types of middleware: route middleware, global middleware, and terminable middleware. The route middleware is applied to a specific route. For example, we want to create two dashboards, one for the students and one for the teachers. Then we will protect those routes, those dashboards using the route middleware. The global middleware runs on every request, no matter the route. So any request that any person makes, the middleware will run. And finally, the terminable middleware is used for logging or clean up, because the terminable middleware runs after the response is sent to the user. So basically, after the user receives the response, then this terminable middleware runs. Now that we have understand what is middleware, it's time for us to use and create our own middlewares. So first of all, let's use pre-built Laravel middlewares. In this example, let's create this security card where it checks the ID card of students and teachers, and if they are allowed, it will allow them to inside our system. Otherwise, it will redirect them back. So let's go and create this security guard or middleware. So let's open our project, and in our web.php, and for each route that we want to protect, in front of that we will type middleware, then auth. The auth is a pre-built Laravel middleware which only allows the authenticated users. So let's save this and let's go to students in our project. So let's go enter. Now, as you guys can see, it redirected me back to the login page. But if I go to the teachers, so let's open this and let's go to teachers. I can access the teachers list because that teachers is not protected with the middleware of auth, but the student is. So if I click it again, it will redirect me to the login page. There are many pre-built middlewares and Laravel which we will cover in the upcoming lectures. For now, let's just stay with the auth. So if you want to protect all these routes with the auth middleware, and instead of writing on front of them, you can move this from here and paste, add it before the group. So you add it here, save. Now all these routes are protected with the auth middleware. If I go now to students slash add, so let's go to student slash add, enter. Again, I got redirected back to the login page. Now, let's go and create our second security guard, which only allows the teachers but not the students in the teachers area. So for that, there is no built-in middleware. We have to create our own middleware. So let's open our project and open the terminal. Then inside a new terminal, in here we will type PHP artisan make middleware. Then let's give him a name of teachers middleware. Enter. Our middleware has been created. If you go inside your app, HTTP middlewares. There is our file. Now inside this file, just before the return, inside handle method, in here we will create a new variable with the name of user, and we will fetch the user using auth function. Let's add it, this one also, import it. Then we will say colon colon user. Now we have fetched our user. Then after that we will type our condition. So we will say if user, and let's open our database. Let's go to the users table. So in here I differentiate the students and teachers based on user type. So we will type this field. Now let's say if user type not equal to teacher, in that case return back. So it will return the user back to the page from which page that he came. So let's save this, and our middleware is ready. Now we can use teachers middleware to block others from entering inside our teachers area. So for that we have to go inside web.php, and in the teachers section before the group, let's type middleware, then teachers middleware, our middleware name. So colon colon class. That's it. Now let's save this. Now let's go to our project, login. So first of all, let's log in as a teacher. So let's copy this, paste it here, and type the password as well. Enter. Okay. Now as a teacher, I can access the students list as well as the teachers list. Now, if I log out and log in as a student, so let's log out. Let's log in as a student. So let's get a student, this one. So copy, login, and student, paste the password as well. Okay. Now I can access the students section, but if I want to access the teachers list, click, it will again redirect me back to the student. If I click again, it will not allow me to view the teachers list. Now in here we have written our teachers middleware like this. You can give an alias to the teachers also by going to bootstrap. So let's go to our bootstrap app.php, and inside with middleware, in here we can type. So let's type middleware aliases, and inside this we will create a array. Then we will type alias for our teachers middleware. So in our case we will just type teachers, and we will call our teachers middleware. So teachers middleware colon colon class. That's it. Now the alias for the teachers middleware is set. Let's save. Now let's go to web.php, and instead of typing teachers middleware colon colon class, we can simply type teachers. Now save. Now let's go back to our project. Click students. It's working fine. Now let's click teachers. I got redirected back to the students section. Now that we have created a route middleware and used route middleware, there's another type of middleware also, which is called global middleware. That middleware will run on all the requests. So to create a global middleware, first let's open our terminal, and in here let's create a new middleware by typing PHP artisan make middleware, then give it a name. So I will give him a name of global middleware. The name is completely up to you. Press enter. it has been created. Now let's go to our global middleware by going to app http middleware, then global middleware, and in here I want to log all the requests that comes to the my system. So for that, inside the handle method, I will type log. I will use fake this one, then colon info, and in here let's say school request. Then we will add the request method. So just let's type request method, and also let's append the request path as well. So dot empty space and request path. So let's save this, and after that we have to register this middleware. So let's go to our bootstrap app.php, and for global middlewares we have to type person middleware, then use, and inside the use we will create an array, and inside the array we will type our global middleware name. So it's global middleware class. If you want to add more global middlewares, you can add it also by just typing their names like this. So let's remove all of them. Just keep the first one. Save. Now, every time if anyone uses my system, for example, it, it goes to the teachers, then students. So and let's log out also. Let's go to home. Let's go to register. All these requests have been saved inside my log file. If I open the project and go to storage, logs, then laravel.log, in here all the places that request has come, I can see them in here with that date and time. So first we went to teachers, which redirected back to students, then we logged out. Then we visit the student, we visit the home login page, and finally we visited the register page. So all of them have been logged inside my log file. Now let's see how we can create a terminable middleware. So first thing we have to create our middleware. Let's type in the terminal PHP artisan make middleware, then give it a name. So I will name it terminable middleware. Enter. Now it has been created. So if I go to inside my app http middlewares, here I have terminable middleware. And terminable middleware, this middleware runs after the request is sent to the user. So after the return, for that we have to create a new method in here by typing public function, then terminate. And in here we can also get the request and response. So let's type response. Then inside here we will log the method, the path, the status, and also we can log the request data. So let's type log and use this one. Then after that info, and finally we will type our message. So let's type request log, and in the second parameter let's create an array. Let's close this. Then first item that I want is method. So let's type method and request method function. Then after that we can also get the path by typing request path, and for the status we can type source and response. So the and get status code. And finally for the all the requests, if you want to save, for that let's create a request data, and in here let's tap request. Also, this will save all the data and everything inside the request data. That's it. Now let's save this. Now let's go inside our bootstrap folder. So let's go to inside our bootstrap app.php. In the same place that we have registered the global middleware, we can register this one also by just typing its name, terminable middleware class. That's it. Now every time it will log all the requests that we send to the user. So let's see it in a demo. Let's open our project. Let's go first to login. Then let's click register, and we can register anything. Let's click register. That's it. Now if I go to inside my log file, so let's go to storage, logs, and in here now I got all the request that we send back to the user and or we got from the user. For example, in here that we registered, we see the path is registered, and this is the data that the user sent us. And also again we redirected back to the home, and in here the status was 200 and we did not send any data back to the user. So this is how we can create a terminable middleware which runs after the response. Before continuing to this video, I want to thank Eric X for buying a coffee. Now let's move on to our video. So now that we have successfully implemented the login and registration using Laravel authentication packages, and also we have learned about middlewares and Laravel, it's time for us to move on to the gates. Gates are a standalone permission where we define custom logic to determine whether a specific user is authorized to perform a certain action or not. For example, imagine that students can now enter the school by logging in. However, we want each of the students, we want to check are they allowed to enter a specific classroom or not. Each student should access only their own classroom, not any other classroom. To enforce this rule, we can create a gate to check if the login student is allowed to enter a particular class or not. So we will create a gate something like this to check if the students are allowed to enter inside a class or not. Now let's see the gate in action. So right now I am logged in as an student, and I can see all the list of students in here, and also I can edit any student I want. For example, if I want to edit this student, I can. It has been updated. Or if I want to update this one, I can also update this student also. But we want to prevent this. We want each student to update their own record, not other students record. So for that we will use gate. Now to create a gate, we have to go inside our app providers, then app service provider. In here we have to create our gates. So let's create our first gate. D enter define, and inside here we will give him a name. So in our case, let's call it edit student. Then in the second parameter of define, we will create a callback function. So we will create a function user $user, and also we want our student as well. So for that I will type student model and student. Then inside this callback function I will return, and in here I will check if the user ID is same as student user ID. Then I will allow him to edit the record. Otherwise, we will block it. So we will type user ID is equal to $student user ID. That's it. let's add a semicolon at the end of this also. So our gate has been created. Now let's see how we can use it. So let's go inside our student controller. So student controller, and in here, in the edit here, after we fetch the student, we will type gate colon colon authorize, and after that, that name that we gave here. So let's copy it from here and paste it in here. And in the second parameter, we will pass our student. So $sign student. That's it. Now let's go to our page. Now let's try to edit this student. Click. We got 403. This action is unauthorized. Now let's uh, edit this one. This one we can because we are this student. So if I go and want to update edit this one, click edit. Still I got 403. This action is unauthorized. So let's edit our own record. So let's type here 1 2 3 4 5 update. We have successfully updated this our own record. Now we have to also add this inside our update method. So after that we fetch the student, let's add it here. Now both our edit and update methods are protected by that gate. Now in here we can see all the edit and delete buttons, even for the students that we are not allowed to edit them. So it's better to hide these buttons for other students. So for that we have to go inside our student index. So let's go our student dot index in here in the edit button, and in here we have to type add can. Then inside here, first we have to mention the gate name. So again, edit student, and again we have to pass the student in here. So student. Then after we that we have to end our can. So now let's save everything. Let's go back, refresh. Now the edit button has been gone except our own record. So in other for the other students, I cannot see the edit button. I can only see my edit button on my own record. Now let's go and create one more gate for our teachers. So we can add the teacher from here and also only allow the teachers to delete a student. So let's create a new gate in here. So let's type gate colon colon define, then the gate names. In our case, let's call this one teachers, and create our callback function. So in here we don't need the student, we only need the user. So we will only pass the user as a parameter. Then we will return person user. In here we will check if the user type is teacher, then allow the actions. So let's type this. Now our teacher gate is also ready. So let's go to inside our layout. So resources, views, layouts, and app custom. In here let's add our gate for the teacher as well. So we will type add can, then our gate name for this, it is teachers in here. So let's copy this, it's much better, and put this here. Now let's go refresh. Now the teacher has gone from our sidebar. So let's do same thing for the delete as well. Let's go to index, and for the delete button also let's type add can teachers and move all the form inside this can. Now let's go refresh. Now all the delete and edit buttons are gone for the student. Only the edit button for his own record is showing. Now, if I log in as a teacher, so let's log in as a teacher. So where are the teachers here? Let's log in. First log out, then log in again. Right now that I'm logged in as a teacher, I can see all the delete buttons but not the edit button, and also I can see the teachers in the sidebar. So this is how we can create a gate, and in the controller we can use the gate using the gate function and authorize, and also in the blade if you want to use it, you can use it using the can function. Now, in this part, we are going to talk about the policies in Laravel. So, imagine if you are making a big application and you have multiple gates. So, in that case, our app service provider will become very big and hard to maintain. It's better to create a policy and use it instead of gate. Policies are attached with the model. So, for that, let's comment them out from here. And to create a policy in the terminal, we have to type PHP artisan make colon policy, then the policy name. In our case, because we are want to create a policy for our students, so I will name it same as my student model. So in here, my student model name is student. So let's type as it is student. After that, policy with capital P, then dash dash model is equal to student, enter. Now the policy for our student model has been created. If I open is student policy, which is inside app policies and student policy, in here you guys can see there are pre-built functions same as resource controller. We have create, update, delete, view any. These all methods are already created in this policy. Now let's fix our update policy, which we have created the gate for that in our app service provider. So just we will copy the return from here, and in the policy in the update I will paste that. In here already we have the user and student, so we will just pass this in here and save it, nothing else. Let's save the app service provider also. Same thing you can do with the create and view and delete also. You can create some gates, some logic that who can see, who can view the students. So as a demo, I just added for the update. Now to use this update function, I don't have to change anything inside my code, except I have to only add the change the name. So for example, if I go to inside my student controller, in here I have gate authorize edit student. It was same as this name that we gave here, but right now I want to use the policy. So instead of edit student, I will just type here update, and in here also the function name, which is update. Same thing inside our blade. So if I go inside my student index, and in here that we use edit student, we will just change it to update. That's it. Now let's save. Let's go to our project and refresh. As you guys can see, nothing has changed. We still cannot see the edit and delete for other students, and only we can see the edit for our own student. Same, we cannot see the teacher as well. So for teachers, we have to also create a policy. with the name of teachers or anything you want. So this is how we can create and use a policy. One last thing that I have to mention, that in these names are completely up to you. You can change it the way you want. For example, I have update. Just instead of update, I will type update is students. That's it. Now I will copy, paste it here for the student, and in the controller as well. Update student. That's it. Save. Let's go. Refresh. Now we have missed something. Update student. Okay, we have not saved this one. Let's check now. Save. Yeah, it's working. So the method names are completely up to you. Now, in this part, we are going to talk about components in blade files, how we can create and use a reusable code or make a component and use it multiple times in our blade files. So in our student had, we have this validations error where it display all the validations errors if there are any. Same code we have inside our add.blade.php. Instead of writing this in multiple places, we can make it simpler by writing it once and call it multiple times by creating a component. So let's see how we can make a component. For that, we in the terminal we have to type PHP artisan make component, then the component name. So in our case, let's call it errors component. Enter. Now this will create two files inside our project. One inside app views component and component errors component dot php, and another one inside resources views, then component, and finally our component itself. In here we have to type our HTML part, and in the errors component.php, in here we have to write the logic or the data that we want to send inside the view of the component. So let's go inside our add and move this error checking logic to validation checking logic to that inside the component. So let's paste it in here. Now let's click save. Now to call this component inside our add, we just have to type x dash then the component name. So errors component, and we have to close it. Now let's save. Let's go back to our project inside the teacher, add teacher. Now if I submit this empty form, let's click submit. I get my validations error same as previous. Now let's move this to inside our students as well. So let's go here and replace it with our component. Save. Now let's go back to our student. Click add. Submit. Now we got our error messages same like a previous. We can also pass data with to our component from our main page to send data. For example, let's open our component first. We want to send this class name from our add.blade to the component. So let's cut it from here and let's go to add. In here, let's create a new attribute with the name of class name and paste our classes here. Now after that, inside my errors component.php, in the before that construct method, in here I have to create a variable. So let's type public and the variable name which is class name. Then inside the construct method, we have to pass the class name as a parameter, and inside the method itself we have to type this class name is equal to class name. That's it. Now let's save. And now inside our errors component blade file, to use that variable, we just have to type the variable name like this, class name. Now let's copy this inside our students, teachers as well. So let's pass it here, save. Now let's go back, refresh our page. Now let's click submit. We got our validations, and also in the teacher, let's click add, submit. Now we got our validation in both places, in students and in the teacher. So this is how we can create and use a component in the Laravel. In this part, we are going to talk about HTTP session in Laravel. Session allow you to store data across multiple pages or requests. They are useful for keeping track of logged in user, flash messages, and shopping carts. Let's see this with an example. Currently, I have already opened Amazon in this tab, and right now my cart has 0 items. So if I browse some items, let's click this one and add to cart, add this item to cart as well. As you guys can see, there are 2 items in my cart, even though I am not logged into the Amazon website. So if I visit another part of Amazon, for example, this, click here, add this one also to my cart, and it will add. Now currently I have 3 items in my cart. Even if I close the Amazon website completely and reopen it again, let's open it, enter, still I have these 3 items in my cart. This whole happens because of the session. All these information are stored in my session. But if I open this Amazon website to another browser, so let's open it in this browser. So let's type amazon.com, enter. Okay, come on. Now in this browser, my cart is 0 because both of these both browser does not share same session. The Amazon treat both of them as 2 users, not as single user. So if I go here and add this in my cart, so let's add this one, add to, come on, add to cart. Okay, let's add something from here. Okay. Now in this browser, I only have 2 items in my cart, but in this browser, I have 3 items in my cart. So both of these informations are stored in a session. We can add item, we can remove it, we can increment it, or we can delete all keys from our session. Now let's see it in our project how we can add, delete, increment sessions in our own project. So if we go to inside our .env, and in here if we find the session driver, by default it's database. It means that the Laravel store our sessions inside a database. And if I open my database, there is a table with the name of session. All the information about the user is stored, sorry, all the information about the user session are stored inside this table. If we delete everything, all the session, everything will be deleted. And even if a user is logged in, they will all get logged out. So let's go to our session controller in here and add an item to our session. So before the return in here, to add an item, so add item to session. To add an item to inside a session, we just type session, then inside session method we will type adding, and then we will type the key name, for example, let's say favorite color, and set it to blue. Now let's go to session. So let's open our browser and let's go to this route session. Okay, good. Let's go. Now this blue color has been set to favorite color inside our session. We can also retrieve an information from the session. So for that we just have, let's create a variable and give it my names like session is equal to, and fetch our favorite color. So let's type here session and the key of the session. So in our case it's favorite color. So let's paste it here and let's comment this out, and instead of this let's return our variable. Now let's go back, refresh. So right now we got blue as our favorite color. We can also display all the keys inside our session by just returning. So let's instead of session, let's return session, then all method. This will return all the keys inside our session. So let's open, let's click refresh. Now we have previous URL, flash, old, new, our favorite color, and as well as our token inside the session. Not just this, we can also send a flash message in our session, which only appear once, then and when another time that the user refresh the page, it will goes away. So let's see this. So for that, we just have to type. I will type it before the return. So we can type session, after that flash, and the key. So in our case, for example, status and the value or the message. For example, you visited a new page. Save. Now let's go there and refresh our page. Now I got my flash message in here as a status, you visited a new page. Now let's comment this out, save, and refresh again. We have our status. Now this time if I refresh my page, the status will be disappear. So let's click refresh. Now I don't have the flash message in here, only my favorite color. If you want to remove a key from the session, we can do that also. For example, in here I have favorite color. I want to remove this key from the session. For that, I just have to type session and forget. Then after that, the key name. So in our case, favorite color. So let's add this. Now let's go back to our browser. I have my favorite color. If I refresh, now the favorite color has been deleted. Now, if you want to delete all the keys inside app session, we can do that as well. So let's open here, and if you want to delete all the keys inside the session, we can just type session and flush, flush. Now if I go and refresh my page, now there is nothing inside my session. Now that we have understand and learned sessions in Laravel, let's take the help of session flash messages and display a flash message when a user creates a new student. So whenever a new user creates a student, after clicking submit button, it should display a success message inside our student list that the student has been created. So let's go inside our student controller. Let's open our student controller, and in the create method before the return, in here let's type session flash, then the key in this case, so we will call it success, and we will say student created successfully. That's it. In the controller part, we can add this in the edit as well. So after the update method, after the update before the return, in here let's type student updated successfully, and also for the destroy as well. So let's add it student deleted successfully. Now let's save, and let's go inside our student.index file. So student index.blade.php, and here in the top I will create a if condition. So if session success, and let's end the if as well. So end if. In that case, let's display a div with the class of alar success, and inside here we will display our session message. So for that we will type session, our key, which is success. So let's copy this and paste it here. Clicks. Okay, let's save them. Now let's go back, refresh. Currently there is nothing. Let's add a new student. Click submit. Now we got our message. Student created successfully. Now if we refresh again, the flash message is gone. So this is how we can create and view our success messages, and inside the controller we will send the session messages like this. Now let's start with the cache in Laravel. Laravel support multiple cache drivers. If we come to inside our .env, in here if we search for cache, let's type cache here. We can see by default it's database. We can change it to file, Redis, database also. So I'm going to use file for my application because I don't want to store the cache in my database. I want to store them inside the file. Now let's go to cache demo controller, and in here if you want to put or add something to the cache, for that we have to type cache : put. And also don't forget to add the cache class in the top. Now let's come back to our code. Cache put, and this will accept three parameters. The first parameter is the key name, for example foo. Then the second parameter is the value, for example hello, and the third parameter is the duration that we want to save this key inside our session. For example, I want to save this for 10 minutes, so I will type 600 seconds. So in here you have to mention the time in seconds. Now save everything. Let's go to our browser, and in here if we refresh, this key has been added inside our cache. Now to get this key, we just have to type, let's create a variable, and in here we have to type cache colon get, then the key name. So foo, that's it. Now let's return this. Now even if I comment this line this time and save it, refresh my browser, I get hello because it is stored in my cache. I don't have to store it multiple times. So if I refresh again, it's here. But after 10 minutes, if I refresh, this key is gone. You can also retrieve a cache by name, and if it's not found, you can also define a default value for that. For example, let's comment this out, and in here let's create a value variable and set it to cache ::gate, and this time we will name it, for example, ABC, and we will set the default value to something not found here. So if the cache finds ABC, it will display the original value, otherwise it will display this value, the default value that we wrote here. So now if we go the first time, we will get not found here, but if we go here and add this key inside our cache, so let's type cache ::put and ABC, then give it 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now this time we will get this value. So let's go back, refresh. Now we got this. Even if I comment this one, save, let's go, I still get the 1 2 3 4 5 because currently it is available inside our cache. We are not displaying, we are not seeing the default value. If you want to delete a key from the cache, we can also do that by just typing cache : ::forget and the key name. So in our case, let's forget this one and save. Now when we return the value, we will get the default value in here. So let's put it in the before this. Let's go refresh. Now we got this because we deleted the ABC key from our cache. So that's the reason that we are seeing the default value. If you want to delete all the keys from the cache, all the items which are stored inside our cache, if you want to delete them, we can do that also by typing cache : flush. This will delete all the keys inside our cache and our cache will be empty. So let's save this and let's keep them and comment them. And now let's go refresh. We got not found here. The reason is because before storing the cache inside our value, we have cleared our cache. And if we comment this one and refresh, we got the original key. But if we keep this, delete all the keys from the cache, it will display the default value. Now let's see how we can take advantage of the cache to speed up the performance of our system to load our data faster. So let's see it with an example. In here I have the list of all the countries, around 250 records, and also I have all the cities inside my database, which is around 150,000. So we are going to fetch all the countries with their cities. So for that, let's create a variable with the name of countries and set it to countries model, and get the cities also. Now let's type get and return countries. So for this demo, I'm not going to use browser because browser will take a lot of time to render or to show this records. For that, I'm going to use the Postman. So this is our URL, and I will just click the send. Now let's see how much time it will take to load all the countries with the cities. So currently it's loading. Let's wait until the request is finished. So it took 31 seconds and 65 milliseconds to load all the records. Now let's put this inside a cache and fetch it. Then let's see how much time it will take with the cache. So let's comment this out. And in here, let's create our variable countries and set it to cache : remember, then the key. So countries with cities. And in the second parameter, we will type our how much time it should keep this cache in the memory or in the file. So for example, I am going to save it for 10 minutes. Then after that, we will type our callback function, and inside this callback function, we will return countries. So let's type countries : with cities and gate. Okay, now let's save. Let's go back. So the first time it will take a lot of times, like same as normal way, like around 30 or 37 seconds. So let's wait until it's finished. So the first time it take around 38 seconds, or let's say 39 seconds. Now let's click send again for the second time and see how much time it will take after it cached our records. So the second time that we send the request, it takes only 31 seconds, and we can make it more faster by just adding here to array. This will store all our collection as an array, not as a collection inside the file. It will save it as an array, so it will make it more faster. So let's clear all the cache for the first time. PHP artisan cache clear. Now all the cache is deleted. Let's go back. Let's click send. So the first time it will take longer. So the first time right now it took around 32 seconds. Now if I send it again, this time it will load it much faster. So as you guys can see, it took only 889 milliseconds, less than 1 second. Now up to 10 minutes. If I send as many records as you want, as many requests as I want, it will take less time, less than a second to load my record. This is the beauty of cache. Now this time it took around 1.5 seconds. So let's send one more time, and 700 millisecond send, 800 millisecond send, 740 milliseconds to load all the countries and all the cities. So this is how we can cache our records and load them faster inside a Laravel. Now, let's see how we can connect our Gmail with our Laravel application and send email using our application. So, for that, first thing that we have to do is to go to our Gmail account by going to manage your Google account. So, let's click this, and in the search bar, type app password. Now, let's click app password. Let's type our own password. Now in here, it's asking us to give this application a name. So we will write any name you want for your project or for your application. Let's say I will say school management. Now let's click create, and it generated a password for us that we can use it. So let's copy this and let's add it to inside our .env and and here instead of our password. Now we can use that password. So let's paste it here as an string and change the mailer from log to smtp. Then we don't need mail schema, so let's comment this out. Change the mail host to smtp.gmail.com. Change the port to, let's delete this, 587, and the username, we have to add our email address in here. So I will type my own email address. Then we don't need mail from address. Let's comment this out also. And from mail from name, in here it will, for now it will take our application name. So it is Laravel. You can add it your own name as well. So let's change it to school management. Now let's save everything from here. So our configuration is done. Now we have to create our mail class. So for that, let's go to our terminal, and in here let's type PHP artisan make mail and give it a name. So let's call this welcome mail. So it should send to the user when the user registers inside our system. So let's press enter. It has been created. Now if we go to inside our app mail, in here we have our welcome mail.php, and inside the public function content we have to return a view. So let's create a view also for this. So let's go to our resources views. In here, and let's create a new blade file. So let's create, name it welcome mail.blade.php, and let's type something here. uh, welcome to school management system. That's it for now. And in the welcome mail.php, in here we have to type the path of our blade file. So it's inside our emails folder, and the name is welcome mail. So our mail.php class is also finished. We have our view as well. Now let's go inside our, let's create a controller actually. So let's type PHP artisan make controller and emails controller. Okay. Now let's go to inside our controller, email controller. Let's create a new method in here by typing public function welcome email, and for sending the email we just have to type mail and use this class from certificates mail, then colon colon 2, and inside 2 method, the first thing that we write is the to whom we want to send the email of us that we want to send. For example, recipient at example.com, and we want to send which email. So we want to send our welcome mail. For that, we will type new welcome mail like this, and end. And at the end, let's return something. For example, email sent successfully. Let's save everything. Let's go to web.php, and in here, let's create a route for that send mail, and let's add our emails controller. Let's call emails controller colon colon class, and the method name which is welcome email. So everything is set. Now let's go to our browser and send this email. So let's go to our project. So let's hit the URL. Okay, email sent successfully. Now if I open my email address and go to inside our send, in here we have the email that we just wrote. It's written welcome to school management, and if I open this part, you guys can see it is from school management, the name that we give inside our .env, this one. So this is how we can create and connect Gmail and with our Laravel application. Now, let's see how we can send an attachment with our email. So, inside our welcome mail.php, in here we have this method with the name of attachment, and inside this array, we have to type attachment and use this class labels, then from path. So, let's type from path, and inside here we have to specify the path of our PDF or any file that you want to send as an attachment. So I have an attachment inside my storage app public, and in here invoice sample.pdf. So I'm going to use this one. In here I will type storage path app public, then my file name. So let's copy it from here and paste it in here, then .pdf. And after this, if you want to give this attachment a name as well, you can do that also by typing as and give it a name. For example, your invoice. Then after that, mm, we have to type with meme and application slash PDF. That's it. Now let's save everything. Ah, no need for we have to add comma. Let's save everything now and go to our browser and refresh our page. So let's click refresh. Email sent successfully. Now if I open my email address, in here I have one email with my attachment included. So if I open the PDF, click here, and I can see my attachment also what is attached with my email. So if you want to send an attachment, you can take the help of attachments method and send your e- attachment like this. Now that we are able to send email, it's time for us to create a verification email. So whenever a new user registers to our application, we should send him a verification email. So for that, we have to go inside our models folder, then users.php, and in front of the class in here, we have to type implements must verify email. That's it. And don't forget to add this one in the top if your ID does not automatically add it. So now let's save the user.php. This the second step is to go to inside your web.php, and in here that we use auth routes. Inside the routes function, we have to create an array as a parameter. Then we have to type verify and finally set it to true. That's it. That's all we need. Now let's go and create a new user. So let's create register, and in here let's fill this with a fake data. So the name is this and this is the email. Now let's click the register button. Okay, we are now registered and the email is also sent. If I come to my Gmail account, in here as you guys can see, I have this new email, and in here I have this verification email. So whenever I click this one, it will redirect me back to my application. So let's click. Now I'm registered. Now if you want to protect your routes with the verified emails, we can do that also by just typing here verified. So let's type verified. Now this middleware will protect all these routes from unverified emails. So right now this email address that we just created and verify it, we can visit our students. So if I go to student, I can visit it. But now let's log out and create a new user. Click register. Okay, we are registered, but we have not verified our email yet. If I go to student, enter, I get this message that we have to verify our email first. So let's verify our email. So let's go here. This is the latest email. Click verify. Okay, we have successfully verified. Now let's go back and let's go to students again. Now we can access it. So this is how you can protect your routes with a verified middleware, and you have to also add this one inside your auth routes. So you should be able to send the verification email. Now let's see how we can create our own custom verification email. Up to now we have used default Laravel template for our verification email. Now we want to create our own email. So for that, first thing that we have to do is to create our blade file. So in here I already created the blade template. In here I added only the CSS and HTML part to save the video time. So we can continue with the actual code. Now after the creating the blade file, in here just this a tag, I keep this one as a blank. We will fill it later. So the first thing for our own custom email verification, we have to go to inside our app providers, then app service provider. In here we have to mention and tell Laravel that we are using a custom verification email by typing verify email, and also don't forget to add this line in here. Then after that colon to mail using, and we have to create our callback function in here. Then inside our callback function, it accepts two parameters. One is notifiable, so we have to we will type notifiable and the URL. Then inside this callback function, we will return new mail message, mail message. Then you can type the subject also. For example, let's type subject and say verify your email address. Should be the subject of the email. Then we will send our view with by typing view and the part of our view which is stored inside our resources, views, emails, and verify emails. So we will type emails dot verify email. That's it. And let's pass our URL also. So we can type compact and pass the URL. Now we can add this URL to our HA tag. So let's go here, and in here let's type $URL. So that's it. Nothing else. Don't have to do anything else. We just tell Laravel that we will use a custom email verification. This is the pad and send the URL, and this is the subject. That's it. Let's save everything. Let's go back to our project, and in here let's click the register and fill this with a fake name and email. Click the register button. Okay, we have registered. Now if I go here, I got a new sent email and the subject is verify your email address. Let's click this one. We got our template with the button. Now if I click this one, I got your logged in, and if I visit the student, I can see that I am verified user. Now in this part we are going to talk about the queues in Laravel. So let's see it with an example. What is queues and how we can use it in our project. So in the previous part we have learned how we can create a mail and send it to our students, to our users. So imagine it's a result day and we want to mail the students result to their email address with the attachment. Currently almost we have around let's see how many students we have. Your user type is equal to student. So currently I have around 80 students inside my table. If I send 80 emails, then it will take a lot of time to send each email to our students. So to prevent this and to run the task in the background, we will have to create a job and run it in the background. So let's see how we can create that jobs and how we can run it in the background without waiting too much to send the email. So first thing that we have to do is to configure our .env. So in here if I come inside my .env and search for queue, now in here the queue connection is database. So in my database I have a table with the name of jobs. If I open this, currently it's empty. Now when we dispatch the job, it will add here, and when we run the queue, it will execute it from this table. So let's start with a demo. So first of all, let's fetch all our students. So students is equal to user, where user type is equal to student, and let's get all of them. Or let's for just this demo, let's limit it to 10 students. Now to send to all these students, I have to type create a for each loop. So for each students as a student, then I have to add this inside this loop, and instead of this email address, we have to pass the student email address. So student email. Now this will run for all the students. So let's run it right now and see how much time it will take. So let's refresh. So it's sending all the emails one by one, and we have to wait for it until it's finished. Now imagine if it's 1000, 2000 students, then it will take even more time to execute to finish. So let's go to inside our email, and in here, as you guys can see, I got all the emails inside my send. So all the emails have been sent. Now to make this process faster, what we will do is create a job. So for that, in the terminal, we have to type PHP artisan make job, then a space, give it a name. So for example, I will name it results job. Enter. Now the job has been created. If I go inside my app folder, jobs, here is my file. So in here, in the handle method, we have to add our email. So let's cut it from here and paste it inside the handle. So let's paste it here. Now let's bring our classes also. So first mail and email. Let's cut it from here and paste it here. Now then second thing that we have to do is to pass the user's email. So for that we have to create a parameter for our job. For that, before the construct method, in here I will create a public variable with the name of email. Then inside the construct parameter, in here I will type the type of the email, which should be string, and I will type my variable name. Then inside the construct method, I will type this, and this email is equal to email. And finally, inside my handle method, now I can use this email parameter. So let's remove this from here and type dollar sign this email. That's it. Our job is ready. Now to dispatch this job inside our email controller, we just have to come inside our for each loop, and in here we have to type the job name, which is results. So we will type results job dispatch. Then we have to pass the student email. So for that, we will just type $sign student email. That's it. So our job is finished. Now we can check it inside our browser. So let's go inside our browser. Okay, let's delete these old emails. Let's delete all of them. We don't need them. Delete this too also. Okay. Now, when I click the refresh button, it will take just a millisecond and we get the response. So now we got the response. Let's go and see inside our send email. In here, we don't get our emails. So it means that the emails are not sent. That's the reason, because the Laravel added all the emails inside this jobs folder in our database. If I refresh this, now you guys can see here I have 10 records. So to execute this jobs, we have to come inside our terminal. Let's clear this, and in the terminal, let's make it up. We have to type PHP artisan q work. Now when I hit enter, it will execute and send all our emails from this table. So let's press enter. Now it's running. So and also if I come inside my send mail refresh, Now as you guys can see, I got the emails. So now we have to wait until this queue is finished. Now I think it's done. Okay, let's check it from here. Yeah, it's done. Now let's go back to our Gmail. In here now we got all the emails, and if I click send again, because the queue is running, it will automatically send all the emails to the students. So currently it takes around few milliseconds to send all the emails to execute that code. So this is how we can create our job, and using that queue, this is how we can execute our jobs. Now let's talk about events and listener in Laravel. So let's see it with a demo. What is event and listener and how we can use it. So right now, if I go inside my student controller, I need to create a user also for each of my students. So whenever I create a new user, I also have to create a new user and assign the ID in here. For that, I have two options. One, either create the new user here by typing like user is equal to new user, and pass all the user parameters here. This with this we have one problem, that it will make our controller very large, and it will be very difficult for us in the future to refactor it or to bring changes in my controller. So for that we will create an event, and whenever that event is triggered, we will create a listener for it. So let's undo everything from here, and let's open our terminal. In the terminal, we have to type PHP artisan make event and give them a name. For example, student register event. The name is completely up to you. So just I'm naming it student register event and enter. Now my event is created. If I go inside my app, and in here I have my event in here, then inside my event, in here inside the construct method, I need my student. So I will type student and $ student. Now let's create a variable also in the top. So let's call it public $student, and finally assign the public student to our student by typing $this student is equal to $student. Now our student event is set. For now, let's create a listener for this. So to create a listener, let's open our terminal again, and in the terminal we have to type PHP artisan make listener, then the listener name. So in our case, create student user listen now, and we will attach it with our student registered event by typing dash event and student registered event. Okay, our event is also created. Now let's go and set our listener folder, and in here we have our listener. Now in here we will create our new user for our students. So inside the handle method, in here we will type $user is equal to user colon create. Then we will set the name to the name of the student that we get. So let's first of all, before this, let's create a student variable in here and get our student from the event by typing event student. That's it. Now in here, let's say name is equal to $student name, email is equal to person student email, and password is equal to bcrypt, okay, bcryt, and our default password, and finally the user type. In our case, it's student. That's it. And at the end, we have to assign this new user ID to our student. So for that, we will type person student user ID is equal to user ID and save our student. So our listener is created and our event is also created. Now let's go inside our student controller. In here, after the creating the new student, we have to call our event. So for that, in here we will type event new student register event, and we will pass our student. Now whenever I create a new user, it will create a new student, it will create a new user as well. So currently if I select, we have 91 users. So let's create a new student, add, let's fill it with a fake data, select an image for this, click submit. Okay, let's go back. In here we don't need this. Now we have to comment this one also. So let's go back. Let's click submit again. Now our student has been created. Here if we come and see at the end, we have our student. And if we check our users, now we have 92 users inside our users table. So it means a new user has been also created for our student. And if I check the user type, it's student. We can also put our listener in the queue. So for example, right now if I go to inside my listener, in here I only create a user and update my student. Imagine if I send a welcome mail as well or do any other tests that takes too much time, it's much better to put them in the queue because those tasks will take a lot of time. So we want them to run in the background. So we will, for that we will just, and before that, after the class name, we will type implement should queue. That's it. Now, whenever a new student is created, this task will be put in the queue and job. So it will run in the background. The user don't have to wait. So let's go and create a new user in here. So let's add a new user. Let's fill it with a fake data and let's select an image, click submit. Now the student has been created, but the user is not created. So if I select my users, I still have 91 users. But if I click inside my job folder in here, right now I have one job waiting to execute. So for that, now if I open the terminal and type in here, let's clear everything. PHP artisan q work. Now it will create a new user also for that student. So let's select our jobs. Right now the job has been executed, and if I open my users table in here, right now I have 92 users. So this is the beauty of event and listener. Whenever an event occurs, the listener will execute and it will make our controller very short. Now that we have covered event and listeners, and also we have covered the queues and jobs, it's time for us to cover the WebSocket and Laravel. So what is Laravel and how we can use it? Currently I have, in this browser I have a teacher, and in this browser I have a student. And in here in the teacher, I want to assign a student to a class. So I will click assign student and select a student and assign him to class. Then I want to inform this student that he have been added to a new class or a new task has been assigned to you. So how we can do it? So for that we need a WebSocket so we can send a message to the user from the server side. Currently, everything that we did, the users sends a request and the server, then after the server sends a response to the user. But this time we directly want to send a message to the user without the user sending us any request. So for example, right now I will assign this student to a class. So let's see this student, and I will assign him to a class. Right now this student does not get any notification or any message that he has been assigned to a class. So we want to send them a message that you have been assigned into a class. So for that we need WebSockets. So let's go to the Laravel documentation and install Laravel Reverb for our WebSocket. So let's copy this command, copy this and paste it in our terminal. So paste and execute it. Now it's asking us to install the reverb. So we will type yes, enter. Now let's wait until the installation is finished. Then after that, it wants to build node dependencies. So we will type yes again, enter. Okay, so the installation is finished. Let's clear this, and for now, let's close the terminal. Then, l- if we come and check inside our routes folder, in here we have a new file with the name of channels.php. In here, we will configure our channels, but before that, we have to add it inside our bootstrap app.php, because sometimes Laravel does not add it inside our with routing method. So we have to add our channels in here. So let's type channels colon, then dash dash dir, then dash dash again, then the path of our channel. So it will be slash dot dot slash, then inside the routes folder and channels.php. Now we have registered our channels inside our app.php. We can use it. After this, we have to add broadcasting routes inside our web.php. So let's go inside our web.php, and at the end, I am going to type broadcast colon routes. That's it. Now, okay, sorry, not broadcasters, only broadcast routes. Okay. Now, mm, my ID will automatically add this line if your ID does not add. So be sure to add this one also in the top. So let's delete unused classes. Now our WebSocket is ready to use, and we can create an event and send a message to the user. So for that, we have to create an event. Let's open our terminal and create our event by typing PHP artisan make event and give him a name. So I will give him a name of assign to class event. Enter. Our event has been created. Now let's go to inside our app events and assign to class event. Then in here, after the class name, we have to type implements should broadcast. That's it. Then after that, on the broadcast on, you can broadcast on private channel or public channel as you want. So I want to broadcast on, for now I want to broadcast on public channel. So for that, I will just type new channel. Then for example, you can give it a name. So just for demo, I will type public chat. That's it. comma. Now our event is ready. We have to trigger it so we can send a message to the user. So we have to trigger our event. So let's go inside our controller. So HTTP controller and classes controller, and I want to trigger this even when a student is assigned to a class. So I will add it after my update method. In here I will type event, then new, and my event name which is assigned to class event, and that's it. So right now our back end is finished completely. Just we have to start the Reverb server and our queues and jobs. So let's open at our terminal, and in here to start the Reverb server we will type PHP artisan Reverb colon start. This will start our Reverb server in local host, and also we have to run our queues and job. So let's open a new terminal and type PHP artisan queue work. So right now our two services are working. One is Reverb and another one is queue and jobs. So it's time for us to configure our front end and listen to the channels. So let's go inside our layout. So view, layout, and app.custom.layout. In here this layout I have, it's my custom layout. I'm not using default Laravel layout. So in here I have to type after the styles are width. Then I have to import two files in here. So I will open an array. Those files are, one is app.js and another one is app.scss. So let's import both of them in here by typing resources sas app.css, and another one is js app.js. Now let's save, and after this and the end of my page I will create a script tag. So let's create our script. Then in here we have to listen to the event. So for that I will type window dot echo dot channel and my channel name which I have wrote here. So public chat. This name is completely up to you. You don't have to write public in front of them. This. So let's type this. Then after that dot listen to the event. The event name, which is our class name, also assigned to class event. So let's copy this and paste it here. And in the second parameter of the listen, we will create a callback function with the e as a parameter. Then inside here, for now, I will just type console dot loop message receive. Now let's save everything. One last thing before going to the browser, if you are using Laragon or XAMPP or anything like me, then in that case you also have to run npm run build or npm run daily. So in my case I will just type npm run build for now. Okay, it's done. Let's clear this and let's go to our browser. So in here, let's put it here and this one also in here. Open the console. Let's refresh. Okay, we are getting it cannot read property of undefined channel. So to solve this, we just add work this inside as timeout. So if you set timeout and just 200 milliseconds, after 200 milliseconds, execute this. Okay, now let's go refresh. Okay, we did not got the error now. The error is gone. Now let's assign a student to class. Okay, assign. Okay, choose a new student for now. Click assign, and we received our message. Message is received. We can assign another message also. So let's do it again. Okay, we got our message. We can also customize and send our own message. For that, inside our assign to, inside our, first of all, inside our assign to event, in the construct method, we have to pass the variable. So let's create a new variable, public $sign message, and in here also we have to pass the message. Then let's set the message. So this message is equal to $sign message. Save everything. Now let's go inside our classes, and in the parameter of assign class we will type our message. For example, you have been added to new class. Now any changes that you bring inside the event, you have to restart your web server. So let's pause our web server. Let's close it. Let's open a new one and run PHP artisan reverb start. Enter. Okay. Now let's go back and assign a student. So let's refresh. Click assign. Okay. Let's go inside our app.custom. In here, instead of this, we will just type e.message. Now, if we go back to our browser and refresh this page, so let's refresh and assign a student. So let's select assign. Now let's wait. Now we got our message. You have been added to new class. Up to now, everything that we have done, it was on public channel. But if you want to create a private channel that only authenticated users can see, you can do that as well. Just instead of inside assign to class event, in the state of new channel, we will type, let's comment this out. We will type new private channel and the channel name. So in here, for example, I will type private chat. That's it. Then, okay, comma, sorry. Then after that, we have to come inside our routes. So, and inside our channels and create a new channel in here. In here, we have to type bro. So, let broadcast colon channel. Then our channel name, the same thing that we gave here. So, private channel, let's copy this from here and paste it inside our channel name. Then we will create a callback function with the user as a parameter, and inside this we will just return $sign user not equal to null or any other logic that you want to check if the user is authenticated or not, or logged in or not. So this is done. Now inside our app.custom, in here, instead of listening to the public channel, now we will listen to the private channel. Just let's listen. So let's type window dot echo dot private, then our channel name. So our channel name, same thing here, copy and paste. After that, dot listen and our event name. So let's copy our event name, which is our class name as well. So let's copy this and paste it here. And finally, our callback function e as a parameter, and let's type console.log private channel broadcast, and let's pass our see our message also. Okay, let's save everything. Now any changes that you bring inside your event, you have to restart your Reverb, and also you have to restart your queues. So let's restart both of them. It's done. Let's type PHP uh, artisan, optimize, clear this one as well. Okay, and now let's run our Reverb server, then our queues also. Now let's go back to the browser and refresh this page, assign a new student, select a student, assign. Let's wait. We got our message in here that private channel broadcast, you have been added to new class. Now the problem is that whenever we assign a student to any class, every student can get this message, but we don't want to do it. We want to display this message to the user, to the student which have been added to the class, not to all students. So for that we have to pass this student ID with our event. So only student which is added to the class, he receives this notification. So for that, inside our event, we will get our user ID also. So let's let's create a new public variable with the name of user or user ID to be more specific. Then in the construct parameter, let's call the user ID as well and set it to the user ID is equal to $sign user ID. Now let's pass this user ID to our broadcast on. So after the private chat, your channel name, you have to add a dot, then you have to pass your user ID. So this user ID, don't forget this dot after your channel name. Now let's go to inside our channel.php and get the user ID from here. So in here we will type again dot, then the user ID, and let's fetch it in our parameter, callback parameter also here. Now in the return and state of this, we will compare the two users ID that we get. So return, let's convert them to integer also. So $sign user ID is equal to end of $sign user ID. Now after all of them, we have to pass the user ID from our app.custom blade also. So for that same thing that we will type dot, then our user ID. So or colon user ID. Let's save them. Now inside our controller, we also have to pass our user ID. So if I open my student refresh, in here I have a column with the name of users ID where I assign the user ID of each student in here. So let's type it here in the second parameter also. So let's type student user ID. Let's copy it to be exact. Now let's save everything. Let's stop our Reverb server and also our queue and job. Let's type PHP artisan optimize clear to clear all the caches. Now let's run them again. Now let's go to our browser, refresh this page and assign a student. So let's click assign. Now let's assign this student, the name is Melissa Peck. So let's Melissa Peck, click assign. Now we got our message, you have been added to new class. So let's assign another student. Let's assign, for example, this one, click assign. Now we did not get any message because we have assigned another student. So let's assign this student again. So let's click Melissa Peck, click assign. Now we got our message. So this is how we can install and configure WebSocket and our Laravel web application. If you have any questions, write it down in the comment.